G'day everybody, and welcome to me attempting Space Engineers as fast as I can, which is a really weird concept, especially as someone who has made a habit over the last several years of doing Space Engineers as slow as I can. One of the reasons that this popped into my head was I've been planning for a while with the Warfare 2 update coming out to potentially revisit some of my early game tutorials, remake them, rework them, and do some more tutorials. So part of being able to do that means reminding myself and making sure that I'm still up to date with the way that vanilla works. And I figure, why not try and do this as fast as I can and turn it into a bit of a challenge? Because then there'll be some new things that I'll learn because I'll be playing the game a different way to how I normally would. I did a similar thing back with the first Grand Tour, where it was all vanilla because it was on a Keen server, so it was like pure vanilla. And I found it really helpful to get me into that right mindset. The idea I have is the best speed run for Space Engineers I can think of, at least the most core Space Engineers experience way to do that, is a star system start where you have to get to every single planet. Now, I was about to start this up and just go for it, but I remember there's something I actually need to do first before I do this proper. So we're going to start and we're going to do a little bit of recon because, let's be honest, part of most speedrunning in games is knowing the meta, knowing what works in that game. And the first thing I need to know is since I'm going to say we have to start at Earth-like, which planets do we go to first? When we're going to jump drive, which planets first? Also, thanks Ogre197, thanks Insect Learner 30, thanks Rad Nebula, thank you Sarthurian, Moosey, Stormin and Foreman, Jax, Trindle Shadowmane, Ecto1UK, thanks Dan, and thanks Duke Skyloafer, and thank you again Stormin and Foreman, and thank you again Jax for the random bit by bit by bit. Wow, thank you everybody. So what I need to do first is quickly jump into creative mode, press F8, and we need to figure out which planets is going to be the fastest route to go around. Because I think this is probably the angle to figure it out from. So I think Mars has to be the third to go to. You want to go to Pertum, Triton. I'm not sure which one of those two is which. So it'd be Moon, Pertum or Triton. I don't think it matters. I think they're pretty similar distances. Although maybe one is this is a bit further. But I don't think I'd be able to tell. So yeah, it'd be Pertum, Triton, Mars / Europa, and then on to Titan and the alien planet as the last stop. So I think that's just some background info that I needed, because if I'm going to be running jump drives and we want to see how fast this is doable in, I don't think it's going to be doable in 4 hours, by the way. I think we're going to be doing this a few times in a row, or over a few streams, I should say. The last time I did a run from Titan, which is the fastest start, to Earth, took me just under 8 hours, which was interestingly very similar to the time it took Shaq to drive / fly from one pole on Earth-like to the other. Though we had a few curveballs thrown at us during that one. Cool. Thanks, Rad Nebula. Doing the Jackson random bits now. Thanks, K Rider. Thanks for the Prime sub. All right. Save change recording. No. So, I'm going to kind of semi-take this as a vaguely serious speedrun thing, and we're actually going to run a timer. which I should probably... maybe I'll use my... No, I'll use my other PC. Stopwatch. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to chat about Warfare 2 as I know more than I can share. So I don't want to accidentally share something I'm not supposed to. Because that'd be bad. That'd be real bad. The new Space Engineers update, I think they're hoping to get it out early Feb, by the looks of things. That I don't know any unusual information about. So, new game. Thanks, Joran Corgi. Custom game. We're going to go Star System. I'm going to name this like I did the other one. Speed run 14th of the 1st, 22. And that's for fine. We're going to go advanced. And we will enable in-game scripts and spectator. Or just in-game scripts. I don't really need spectator. And that's it. That's all I'm changing. Everything else is going to stay default. Which means we're going to have to deal with lightning. And I hate lightning. It's such a bad game mechanic. Anyway, so yeah, we're sticking with that. Okay, and mods. Just for the sake of this being a stream and us not blowing out eardrums, I'm going to put in Screen Gunk Be Gone because it has no impact on your ability to do things fast. And Sneaky Sounds. That's it. That's all. Thanks, Syph. 25 months. More than 2 years. Thanks, dude. Okay. And when I hit respawn, I will hit start on this stopwatch. Yeah, Mesker, I probably should have done year, month, day instead of day, month, year, but oh well. I find year, month, day harder to read because I'm more used to reading day, month, year. At least I don't do American format. That's just weird. Let's put them in a random order. All right. 3, 2, 1, start. Where am I landing? Oh, this is a terrible location. At least there are a couple of ice lakes not too far from here if I can rework the pod. And so I was thinking about this before. I think moving to an ice lake early. Oh no, 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 no. Stop. Oh, this is not a... Well, this could have started better. Oh, has it? No, it didn't lock. I thought it had locked. I'll just damage something. Ah, there we go. Now we're locked. Alright. Let's grab some rock. Let's get this thing started. Thanks, Aeronaut. 1 year. Sneaky Sounds tweaks the weather sounds, but doesn't actually tweak what weather you get. And things like that. It doesn't have any gameplay impacts. Shouldn't. I'd say 13th of January. I wouldn't say January 13th. I think that's kind of part of the difference. the goal for completion for this is land on, and I was thinking about this. We've got time to talk about it. I was thinking you have to build a beacon or build something simple on every single planetary body. Sure, Jess. And I know I'm pretty confident you're being facetious. So in order to get this thing going, I'm going to rip a few things out. Oh no! Whoops. Oh, I actually managed to get it. I lost the rifle though. Whatever. I don't think I'm gonna need that. Well, yeah, 64. I'm thinking if this ends up being fun, and if you guys end up enjoying watching it, the person who I thought I'd first ask if they were interested in giving this a crack was going to be Kanajashi. Because he's competitive enough that I think he'd enjoy it. Catback is a definite no-no. There's no way he's going to be interested in it. But Kanajashi might be. Oh no. I've got... Oh, right. Progression. I forgot. I got progression. Oh, and progression's all different. I think they have changed some of it. I feel, maybe? Oh no, it's all just been slightly rearranged. Aha! But they did do something recently that helps with progression and unlocking stuff, which is these are small grid. Which we didn't have an easy option on small grid before. Let's kind of quickly unlock landing gear. Don't really need... Oh yeah, I do need landing gear because I want the control seats. So this first run is going to be rough. I think I'm going to learn a few things and do a few things poorly, and it's going to be a lot slower than future ones, but I thought it'd be a fun way to start. Cockpit. It's the cheapest one. It's not a remote control because I just want to make this easy. Control seat, I think, is cheapest. Yeah, control seat's cheapest. Yeah, it could be something like that, Zeronut. Although, I don't... While I think these early phases can feel like they cost you a lot of time, I'm not sure that they really do with the way Space Engineers works. I think the phase that's most likely to slow you down if you do it wrong in this... Oh, no. Would be when you're charging your jump drives. So that'll be a phase that'll have a big impact, and how you fuel your vehicle as well. Now, where are gyroscopes in here? What do I have to build to get a gyroscope? I've got them. Yeah, I've got gyros now. Cool. Oh no, that's right. Wait, do I have a large steel tube? I do, good. A what? A tracker? What? What did I miss? Missed something in chat. I don't know what I missed. Well, Zero Nut, the idea I had in mind for if other people would if I was gonna encourage others to do this, was that doing it from the same start is better than everyone being able to choose a start, because Titan is hands down 100% the best start. Starting on Titan, you have a minimal which ice lake is it? Closer. I think this one's closer. Starting on Titan, you have very little gravity to get out of, and you have very easy access to space resources. You don't need many atmospheric thrusters for your miner. A lot of things are made easier on Titan. So I would say it's the easiest start. So if you were going to try and allow start picking to see what's fastest, then it's Titan. Every single time is Titan. Starting in space, you're at the mercy of RNG, because if you don't start near the right asteroids, you're stuck. Whereas starting on a planet, you know how it's so much, the density of the ore deposits is much greater, so you're much more likely to find the resources you want easily. Now obviously here, the resources I want are down on the ice, because I'm going to need ice, as hydrogen is a very effective way to get a lot of power that doesn't rely on me building a whole lot of stuff. It just relies on me mining. And I'm also going to have to get hydrogen fuel for the ship that I take to space. Come on, down we go, down we go. No, lock. There we go. Cool. Now, we also have a much easier drill time to get into the survival kit. Yeah, Stacks Magoo, I'd seen that. I haven't had a look at it yet. It's similar to a concept I'd had in mind potentially before Survival Impossible, but I wasn't ready for that degree of pain yet, which is the no suit survival. I also felt like it was going to be just asking for an unplanned series end when I die and can't respawn. No, must be full. Yep. Alrighty. In that case, let's get cargo. Don't need the... Oh, actually I do want these thrusters on. I'll leave them on. I'm going to turn this into a mining rig fairly quickly. First goals at this point, I think, should be to get a basic refinery on the ground, because I want to be able to be refining iron and the other basic ores rather than stone as quickly as possible. Since most of the time that as a player you're going to have to spend is going to be doing the mining. Arizi, the learning curve for someone just starting Space Engineers should be made easier if you watch my tutorials. Because that should make it nice and easy for you. Yeah, yeah. And although my tutorials are older, they are still accurate. Just turn off the weather. Any new player, turn off the weather. Do not play with weather. Or if you're happy to start with a mod, turn off lightning damage. I will forever believe that that should never have been part of the vanilla game. I do have a video with mods for new players. I don't think I included the no lightning damage in it, which seems like an oversight now that I realise.
Inventory full.
Alright, we should be able to get together some steel plate for the new refinery. When you Google for Space Engineers tutorial, Google says, "Did you mean Splitsy tutorials?" Nice one, Taranin. Done all the mining I can do. Now, ideally, you'd probably start your base and use interior plates instead of full steel plate because it requires less iron, and that'll make your life make things a bit quicker. But in this case, I didn't think it through, and I didn't do that. I need. Let's just do that and production. Let's get rid of the steel plates. So I'm making enough. And I just got to make the rest of those things. Wait. No, I don't. Ah, dang it. Hate that I didn't clear my G menu. Get rid of that. Move that down there. Make all the things. Grind off the steel plate because I have one that I use for the base. Oh, Tisco Pistons. Yes, I have been indexed. The moment when I was really happy about where my content creation had gone, slightly amusing. I finally started, when typing my name into things, stopped getting, "Did you mean Splitwise?" So, yeah. Yeah. That was a bit of a happy moment, I guess. I know you can't do a proper speedrun without stopping and talking to chat, but I'm not gonna not stop. And also, I don't think I'm slowing myself down any amount because I didn't run out of stone then. So I didn't have anything else I could have done. I suppose I could have ground bits off the drop pod, but the reason I'm not doing that is I want to use this as my mining ship. No, Disco Pistons, I did not catch the Keen stream because Keen streams when it is 4 AM or earlier here, which is no bueno. Yeah, I think a few of the modders have had a lot of impact on the mod API. I can't remember exactly who specifically was credited with that. And I think there's been some potentially improvements to the script API as well. But yeah, fortunately these days don't actually strictly need to tune in to find out the things, which is Nice. Because, yeah, it was hard having to go back and then either watch the VOD or try and get up early. Hey, thanks, Matcha. 6 more. Let's do this. Actually, let's do that. I can grind off 16 plates. Yeah, I never do anything with unknown signals. They take a huge amount of time and they give you next to no resources. There's no point. I cannot imagine a situation where going for unknown signals is going to speed up your gameplay. Come on, give me a motor. Okay. Right, basic refinery's done. Let's stop production of the other things for now. Let's get a bunch of these. In fact, we already have a bunch of those. Start with that. Something like that, Adarno. Something like that. Let's move that up. That up. Move that down to the end. Yeah, I bet it's a bit... Well, yeah. It feels strange to use the jetpack too, Spectre Spectrum. Well, Perseus Grey, this is meant to be a vanilla speedrun, so adding a mod that makes things different kind of defeats the purpose. Yes, a suit only start in space. The unknown signals are a necessity. You won't survive without them. I wanted to do a stream where I see how long it takes me to actually get a suit start going in space. Like how long before I can manage to... I don't want to... Hang on. I don't want to pick up the interior plate. I just want to pick up the rest of the stuff. That. Because I don't want to waste extra materials on stuff I don't need to put it into. Yeah, I wonder how many attempts it would take me of dying and restarting before I would manage to get a space suit only start successfully going.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Yeah, Perseus. I like visit every planet challenges. I feel like they're a good challenge for space engineers. It just kind of works. You won't get unknown signals on Xbox because the unknown signals contain Steam stuff. So you only get them on PC. I think. Oh, I wasted all my interior plate. Hang it. No, whatever. Once I've welded up more of it, I can grind some of them out. Oh, I can cancel the rest of the interior plate. I've got all the ones on it. Ow. Just get the other stuff. Yeah, Stug, I think you're right. I think the Mayday signals are probably the better way to get going on a spacesuit start. The nice thing, I guess, about the fact that those can kill you is if they kill you, you were going to have to take on one of them anyway. So you're not delaying your inevitable pain by getting killed by it at the start. But that could be a positive, I guess. Taylor Lion. Initially that looked like a chant, and then I realized that you'd typoed and meant to write Splatsy #1. Yeah, Zuriel, I will be doing a LEGO stream soon. I have got the table pretty much where I wanted it. I've mounted the camera to my ceiling in my shed. And the things left to do are I need to go to well, Capac's work actually and get myself a long XLR cable for my microphone. And then set up lighting and then confirm that the audio is actually going to be good enough to use. And then I'm good to go. So yeah, shouldn't be too far away. In the next couple of weeks anyway. And I've got a few cool sets that I'm going to build while I continue to sort the ridiculous number of blocks that I bought secondhand off eBay. And Gumtree, which is kind of our Craigslist. You got enough power to work? Yes. Yes, you do. Might. First up, the sets that I've got that I want to build, I think, trying to remember what I've got that I wanted to do first. Oh, that's right. The LEGO Technic Volvo articulated truck. That's the one I want to do first. And then, depending on how long that takes me, I might do the grand piano after that. And then once I've gotten through the sets that I've bought, the official sets, then I want to start building some custom things. One of the first customs I'd like to try my hand at will be a ship from my Mine and Capac's Machinima series. But I'd like to try and build a LEGO version of the RX 39487, potentially some other Space Engineers things, and some other stuff like that to get better at building custom things. What am I missing? Oh no, I'm all good. Clear my G menu now. Clear my build plan. Next step is assembler. Metal grid. How many metal grids do I need for a large grid? Small cargo container. Oh, sweet. Production. Oh, I can't make the small steel tubes yet. Alright. I have to make the assembler next. See, it's little things like this that I'll need to remember if I can get someone who, if I can find someone who wants to do this as a bit of a gentle competition. Yeah, there's certainly some efficiencies I could develop at the start here. I probably didn't need to build 3 turbines to begin with. I should have just stuck with 1. I also just realized I put stone in here when I should have put it in the refinery instead and been grabbing the stuff out of it. I should also move the survival kit onto this grid. Actually, we got nothing going. I mean, Stug, it doesn't really matter whether I put the refineries on either side of the cargo container or in a sequence in a line here, so I don't think it really matters where I put the basic assembler. I can see why you'd like that from a neatness point of view, but from a function point of view, it doesn't matter. So we're at half an hour, and I've got my basic refinery up. This is a bit slower than I was expecting. Thought I could do this quicker. I'm almost tempted to kind of break this down into multiple parts. It's like, how quick to get to space with a jump drive? How quick to do this bit? How quick to do this bit? Cancel those. Stop wasting that iron. Alright, we're close. We are close. Yeah, Survival Impossible was a very different experience. I wasn't trying to do things as quickly as possible. I was just trying to do them without dying. Because at the time when I started Survival Impossible, I thought the NPCs were going to be a much greater threat than they have been. Up until, you know, Reavers. I didn't realize how elevated the plateau that I'd started that series on actually is. But in some ways that kind of worked in my favor with what I was trying to do with the series, which was make it so flight was not by default the best option. and that you'd often be better off using wheeled vehicles instead. So having it elevated means that the thrusters were less efficient, and so it actually helped in some ways to achieve my goals. Survival Impossible will be coming back. I've been... Yeah. So I'd never intended its hiatus to be this long. And I kind of reached a point in it where I can't find the right words. I hadn't necessarily hit creative block, but I'd hit a point where I felt like I was going to need about 12 to 15 hours in-game to get to a point where I could actually produce another interesting episode, where it wasn't just going to be me going over the same stuff and just gradually doing little bits. I also got frustrated by a door design that I'd been testing for the roof of the printing building not working. As in, it'd work once or twice and then would fail. And so then I was left with only fairly stock standard options as ones that reliably function, and I was a bit disappointed by that. I hope that I'll be able to get... I should be able to get that time I need to make it work soon when I cut my hours back at my other job, which is now my other job, my main job anymore. So yeah, that's kind of was those things that stopped me. As long as I can touch those, I will. Yes, I have gone full-ish time, or I will have by the end of January. Assuming. So I'm not completely quitting my job. I will be going from a permanent contract to a casual contract, so I can still work there when they need me, which, given the current staff shortages in the healthcare system, might be more often than I'd initially expected. Depending on how many of my colleagues end up having to have time off. It's not a merge block thing, Sasaking. I was trying to do a roller door. And it rolls once or twice and then it gets snagged. Even when it's the only thing in the world. Just a bit sad. Yeah, semi-pro. Yeah, I'm no Capac pro streamer Amaru, but yeah, semi-pro. Okay, now we need to turn this into a drill machine. So, nothing in here? No. Don't care about gravel. Where is it? 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 Oh. Yeah, the roller door was taking advantage of gravity in some aspects, but it just... I couldn't get it to slide the way I wanted it to, or the way it needed to in order to function. And trying to mount it on wheels just got way too giant and became impractical. MSH, I'm going to... My hope with having more time is that I can continue doing what I've been doing for years and also do new stuff. Because having the time to experiment with stuff that's new as well as without completely changing what I do. So some of you might have noticed that I've been able to post pretty much every week a cut down version of Wrong Way Up on my Flipsy channel. And that is thanks to Moosey. Moosey's actually been doing the editing for me on those. And hopefully we'll be able to do more working together this year and do more of that sort of stuff, which will help me put out more content. So I can just focus on editing stuff like tutorials, if Capac and I ever get some time, which we are hoping to use a week of soon. Do some light echoes and other more specific editing things, and then get Musa to help me with editing the more Let's Play style content. Which is awesome, because I've been really liking what he's been doing with the Wrong Way Up edits so far. Hey, thanks, Capuvel. Yeah, collecting Space Engineers content creators. To be fair, most you did start with probably the two most finicky editors in the Space Engineers community as your first two, so well played.
Inventory full.
Because arguably Wasted and I are the most editing focused. And particular about what we do with our edits, which is sometimes a curse. Spectre Spectrum, Capac and I have tried No Man's Sky a few times, and I am never touching it again. That game makes me so angry. I don't necessarily think it's a bad game, but it is a bad game for me. Yeah, Arena Board, I was just talking about that. And yes. Yes, I will. How much more do I need for that? This is what I didn't want to do. I want that O2H2. Oh wait, I don't need the one on the ship. Oh. Yeah, I don't need you. Aha! Right, now it's just the steel plate I need. I need 28. No, 18. Okay. We're close, we're close, we're close! Ooh, ooh, Huh, I haven't seen any weather yet. No, O2 tanks haven't had silver in them for, close to 2 years, Gilgamesh. Yeah, admin of one, may Clang have mercy on my lightning, indeed. I should build a decoy thing. That should be my next priority. The end game is... Oh, here comes fog. As I say, there's no weather. The end game is get to every planet. Well, every planetary body, so that includes moons. I suspect... Actually, that's what we should probably try and do. After today's stream, I might put a little poll up, probably on Twitter, maybe even on my main channel, to see how long people think it'll take me to do all of that in this particular run. And then we might have, just to see how slow people think it's going to take me. My estimate is 10 hours. Yeah, I think place a beacon on every planet, and it has to be a large grid beacon with its own power source. That's what I think should be the goal. So we've done that. Let's get... Wait, can I build decoys yet? Decoy, no. Can I build antenna yet? No. Ah! I have to build a beacon. Okay. There's a beacon on here. Where's the beacon on here? Give me a beacon. Here we go. The beacon could say Splitsy was here before. Go back. Yep. Seems fitting. Right. Let's do this. Does anyone know? I don't think height matters for where the lightning rod is. I don't think it has to be the tallest thing. Does it? These are things that I should probably know. And it would be nice to know. Gnarly Oak, I can definitely not do the splits. I'm a fairly tall guy, and I'm just glad that I can bend over and touch my toes without bending my knees.
Energy low.
Sure, it won't matter. It'll kill you regardless. That is entirely possible. Must build this just in case. You could certainly argue that building this goes against the whole speedrun ethos, but I think safety comes first for once. Should I build a drill first? I don't know what to do. I don't want to... Grr. 187 centimeters. So about average height. Well, slightly above average height for a Dutchman. The reason not to make a small grid antenna is because small grid antennas don't work as lightning rods. I don't believe it's been fixed yet, and lightning is only protected by large grid static things. Yeah, I don't think that's how it's meant to work, but unfortunately that's how it does work. Yeah, Lenjet, this is vanilla. Vanilla. Well, vanilla with sneaky sounds and screen can't be gone because, well, I want you guys to enjoy the content, not have your ears bleed.
Inventory full.
No, you can protect small grids, but they just have to be protected by a nearby large grid. That's my understanding. If wishing for good internet at Christmas was effective, though, Zitrone, Australia would have good internet, because I guarantee a lot of Australians would have wished for that. And, well, I've got pretty decent connection. It would be considered slow in other parts of the world. It's good enough. Actually, if people are saying that I have this on the ground, let's actually put it on the ground. Because I know I have to weld up a couple of blocks to make it safe. If I'm not going to go taller, then I may as well not go slightly tall. Wasted was certainly talking about getting Starlink. I don't know how that's progressing. And how his tests have gone with it compared to his usual connection. No, Raging Dragon, I haven't seen the mod Q&A. I've seen the modders talking a bit about what they were going to talk about, but I'm not sure I fully understood it all. When people like Digi and Whip and Malware are talking about stuff, a lot of it kind of doesn't mean anything to me when they're talking to each other. Because they talk over my head. This mining thing done. It's not too much more of this to build, which is good. How much more resources does it require? 399 iron. That's not too bad. Yeah, our mobile internet in Australia is actually pretty decent. I remember my first trip to the US after I'd had 4G here for a while, and wow, our connections are heaps better than most of what I experienced when I was in the US. For mobile stuff, but for like fixed broadband, it would have been nice if we'd gotten the stuff that we were originally supposed to get. So as far as fiber to the node goes, I've got one of the better... I've got as good as that gets where I live. I was using my Australian phone with a US SIM card. Because international roaming is horridly expensive. End goal is every planet. Chat, can I ask you guys a favor? For the people who join midway, can you guys give them a bit of an update on what's going on when a lot of the same questions come up? Because that way everyone can know what's going on and I won't have to repeat myself as much, which would be nice. Be perfect. Because I think it's reasonable for people to ask the questions, but I imagine for those of you that have been around, you're like, shut up, Splitsy, you've said that before. Matcha, that would require work before a stream that I'm unlikely to remember to do. For an ongoing series of the same stream, I guess you could set up the bots to respond to certain commands, but in general, for stuff that's not going to be ongoing, it feels like a lot of work. Planets and moons, all bodies. Lightning strikes 0, trees killed 0. That's true, I haven't killed a tree yet. I didn't even manage to land on one. I'm aware I can add this stuff to Nightbot, but that takes effort. Effort that would have made my stream start later, and effort that I don't really want to put in, to be honest. To be blunt about it. Oh, I've detached that landing gear. And that one. So the reason to weld up these blocks is because this is the lightning rod. And I don't want it getting detached from the ground. Okay, that timer block can't go for the moment. I don't want to do this. I think I know. I go there. Yeah, that works. That works with what I'm thinking. I go there, then I can put this underneath. And I can get rid of the other one. I can put a couple of medium cargo containers down this midline. Put some drills on the front. Get a connector on the base. And instead of building a piston-based drill rig, which I know some people would argue is better, I think this is better because this allows me to go and hunt ores as well as collect stone initially. And I only have to build this once. A very basic piston drill rig might be worthwhile setting up initially. I'm not sure. I was debating that one before I started. Couldn't decide. That's... Ooh. No, that's a bad idea. Yeah, that'll do. That's fair enough. I think 3 medium cargo containers will be adequate.
Energy critical.
Yeah, admin of one. I guess the thing that's going to determine whether a drill rig will be useful for the ice is what other things I could be doing with myself at the time. So yeah, drilling, setting up a rotor and some pistons and some drills just to scrape the surface off this may well be what I do so that I can get enough fuel to get up to space and then down to each of the other planets. But I'm not sure what other things I might need to do at those times. So like if there's something else I should be placing blocks for, or something else I'm welding up, or that sort of thing, then yeah, it's definitely worthwhile. But if I'm just sitting around, then instead of building that contraption, I may as well just drill. The jump drive is the main thing that's going to hold me up from anything. I need to make sure that I get a jump drive and that I have the ability to charge it, which means heaps of batteries or heaps of hydrogen for hydrogen engines. I'm kind of leaning more towards the hydrogen engines and hydrogen, because hydrogen weighs nothing in vanilla. So once I've got the tanks and I've got them full, as long as I move from ice to ice spot on each planetary body, I'll be fine. I think speedruns require a different sort of creativity. It's not no creativity, it's the people who manage to do something faster than anyone else have come up with a creative problem-solving solution. And I think that's why I'm curious about how this might work in Space Engineers, because there are so many variables. There would be heaps of different ways that we could do this that sometimes will work out and sometimes won't. Like, you could argue that the quickest way to do this would be to strap enough hydrogen to this pod, go to space, and try and pirate a ship. Because if you can pirate a ship, then you've got ion thrusters and you don't need to worry about collecting fuel. That could well be the quickest way to do it, but you need a lot of luck. Goes good, Weaseldoom. Right. So, now we need drills. Oh, whoops. Just going to do my usual 3 drills because it's a pretty efficient profile. You get enough without wasting so much weight on drills that you never get there. Are those non-invasive Twitch ads a setting? You know what, Ewan? I honestly don't. In a really odd twist of fate, I kind of rely on Capac to tell me new features on Twitch, because he pays attention to them, and I just don't. Like, yeah. And he seems to always get put into the trials for random new features. Like the first time chat highlight thing, Capac had that for like 3 months before I did. It might be because they don't like me because I sometimes stream to YouTube. Who knows? Or it could just be random chats. Or it could be alphabetical. Oh, that is true. Capac is a good beaker. He's orange. He complains a lot. It's very fitting. Capac is more regular on Twitch, so that is like it's not unreasonable for him to be a better test subject than me. Yes, Bilbo, Capac is a smart guy. I just wish he'd use his smarts more often. in ways that helped me, not in ways that frustrated me. Some days, Tex, some days.
Inventory full.
Unruly Dom, the persona that you see is quite well based on the actual person. The actual Capac is a lot like that. Both of us are not good enough actors to keep that up all the time, if it weren't real. And also, I think coming up with a persona that's too different to who you are when you make content and you perform just would make your existence depressing. Because in a lot of, like, unless you're doing it for the joy of roleplay, pretending to be someone else who you think is better for your audience than your real self, that's gotta be a big hit to your ego.
Inventory full.
But yes, Pinky and the Brain is the perfect comparison of Capac and I in a lot of ways. I will not deny this. And as long as I'm not thoroughly sleep deprived, I would say that I am often the Brain. Coming up with grand schemes that don't, or, well, often don't work. And every now and then, Pinky shows that he's actually got brains, but just doesn't have any motivation to do anything with them. Yeah, exactly, Tex. Like, don't get me wrong, I've known Capac since we were quite young. I do know that he is a smart guy. That's why I get so angry at him. Because I know he's capable of more than he does. And it's because of those expectations that I get frustrated with him. Oh, what am I doing? I'm doing this all wrong. I'm doing this all wrong. What do I need? Production. I just need iron. Alright. Slash GPS. Home. Where were those deposits of stuff? I'm such an idiot. There we go. Silicon, magnesium. There's another. Do I just keep seeing ice? Yes. Another one over this way, I think. I should have done this during the day. At least I don't have anything that's messing with the visibility too much. Nuts. Same again. Because I should have searched and seen where some iron was, because if I was mining iron by hand, I'd have enough iron already. Silly Splitsy, why? Why did you not remember this? That's one of the reasons Titan is so good, because it's so easy to spot the ore deposits. I bet I'm missing some because it's too dark. Is that? No. Alright, if I don't find it soon, I'm going to abandon and just go back to the stone. But yeah, you definitely want to scout out ore deposits beforehand. Oh, silver. That is potentially useful. What else is here? Anything? At least nothing I can see with my drill. On the topic of pretending to be someone you're not, though, which is a weird segue, but still, I'm actually going to be doing an acting course this weekend because I felt like something like that would be useful as a content creator, presenter type person. There are a lot of things I think that actors do that help make them more engaging when they're doing what they do, and that I felt like I could learn from. So, assuming that my rapid antigen test when I turn up there in the morning is negative, I will be doing that course over the weekend. Should be fun. And yeah, improv sort of stuff that actors do, that sort of thing, I think would be... I think it could potentially make me better at doing this stuff. And if you're ever at a point where you think you're as good as you can get at something, you need someone to do an ego check on you. I think I've got Capac for that, so I'll never get to that point. It's provided by NIDA. NIDA will be providing the tests, so I didn't need to find any. Also, I do have a couple at home, though. I was feeling pretty rubbish yesterday. I used one, which was negative, which is good. They're in quite short supply in Australia at the moment, but have a family member that works at a pharmacy, so was able to procure some. How close it is to daylight. Got night pretty quickly. Is that getting lighter from that direction, or is... If that's getting lighter, it should be daylight soon. It should be helpful for going out or hunting, which is what I next need to do. Hey! Thanks, Matchup, for gifting Tex a sub. Drill. What? What is that? Do. Okie dokie. Let's get a cockpit on this. I want to see if this can even hover as it is. Because if it can, that'll be good. Because then at least I can just focus on getting a few reverse thrusters and side thrusters without having to go for more lift right off the bat. Tenable, no, I haven't spent much time with the console version of Space Engineers. I did get an Xbox for that purpose. I started using the controller, and then I very quickly plugged in one of my USB mice and keyboard into it so that I could play with mouse and keyboard. What do I need to unlock the connector? I need to build a conveyor. Right, easy. got to make an ugly flying contraption when you're trying to do things quickly. Can't make it pretty. That'd be silly. There we go, unlock the things. And one more. Oops. Yeah, pretty comes after functional. Pretty also in this setting, I think, comes when I realize that there's nothing I can do and I'm just waiting on stuff. And if that happens, it probably means that I'm missing something and I should have something to do. Where am I going to put these? Go with those, and then I just need one this way. And that should be enough to get started, I think. Well, I didn't test whether I have enough left. Did I? Oops. Oof, that was loud. No. Don't have cobalt. Poop. Well, that's annoying. That's very annoying. Alright then, fine. Guess we cancel that attempt at building stuff. Instead, we build what is required for 2 connectors. Where should I put the other one? Looks like this is the spot. Yep, that's going to be a lot of hand drilling. Nuts. I think it's going to be interesting if I have enough fun with this and I try and do this again. In the past, when I've tried to speedrun survival starts, I've done them not on stream, so I've been able to, because I was doing them to work out, before Top Engineer, I had to figure out whether me starting on Titan was actually going to be a feasible thing to get to Earth around the time that the other two did. So I actually tested that start 3 or 4 times, and with no interruptions, I was able to get pretty much everything, like pretty much get to Earth in 5 hours. But obviously on stream it's going to be slower than it would be off stream. But I'm not fussed by that. Yeah, as soon as the sun comes up and I think I can see, I'm going to go hunting for some iron. I'm hoping that I can get these connectors built relatively quickly. Because if I can then just hover the little mining vehicle and just drill horizontally into the cliff, and that's my stone miner. So that's what I'm actually doing at the moment. I'm trying to get it to be a stone miner. In fact, it kind of already is, isn't it? I can just pass across through to the regular cargo. Let's get this. Yes, 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 yes. It is already. Cool. No more hand mining. Let's do this. This is going to be tricky. This is going to be quite tricky. Especially with drill shake kind of messing me around. Oh. Oh dear. Okay, I might have drilled too much already. No, no, I don't want to turn you off. I wanted to turn dampeners off. This could still be quicker though. Maybe. I don't know. I just need to be able to fly back. Let's get enough out of this so that I can fly back. I'd say this is quicker than hand mining. By a decent margin. And now I can fly. Earthtramp, I've contemplated first-person only playthroughs a few times, and it usually boils down to... I'm not sure. I'd have to do some tests to see what that would be like from the viewer perspective. That's what I'm always uncertain of with that concept. I'm not sure how well it goes trying to get you guys to understand what's going on, because it's hard enough anyway to see what's going on. Add first person only to the mix, and I think it becomes very, very difficult. So I'm not sure what the viewer experience would be like. Like, as in, I genuinely don't know. It might be better in some ways, but I worry it won't be. Go. Now that I'm closer to where the drop-off is, it kind of works. Come on. Daylight and weather clear. That's what I need. I think first person only in vehicles would be more feasible than first person all the time. It would also introduce design requirements because you need to see out. Yeah, Like, that's the bit I like about the idea of first person only, is that you would have to design your vehicles very differently. The thing I dislike about it is that I wouldn't be able to do, like, to show things as easily. Like, when I'm struggling to describe what I'm doing, I tend to go to third person and then show it. And that wouldn't be an option. Hey, thanks, Tragnon. Yep. Pass that to you, Mark. Thank you so much, man. Genuinely. You're awesome. 10 more steel plates. And I think I'm gonna have to fly around in my suit rather than in the ship to go and find cobalt. Alright, let's test this. Can I even do this? That's probably enough, because I'm struggling to move. Oh, yep. Brain not coping. With hover. Oh, need that. Oh, I really wish I had put this on the different, not on the back for what I'm trying to do right now. Small changes, small changes. Yeah! Did it! Phew. Okay, that's getting somewhere. And we're getting sunlight here soon. Good. Is it light enough now that I think I could see ore deposit markings? Just do one more little hand drill. I'm expecting that the battery on the miner should... Oh, that's right. I can probably build another battery on it. That would be useful. Hey, Drago. Yeah, Meska, I could put a second seat facing backwards. That would certainly be an option if I thought I was going to be stuck with this vehicle for a bit longer. I'm going to just check. Yep. Alright. Let's do this. We've got to find... Pause. I'm going to go up to where it's light. And then follow it down and see if I can spot any ore deposits. Well, let's check the drill. Looking through my face. see any here. Well, it's always hard to tell on these mountainsides. Desaturated spots are not particularly obvious. That might be one. I think it's just the regular mountainside. Oh, yeah, it is one. Gold! Ah, now that is actually really useful. Because I will need gold for the jump drive, and I will need gold for yield modules. Can I see anything around here? Alright, now we're getting onto the easier to spot area with the light. It's helpful. Come on, show me something. I think there might be something here. Not confident on this one though. Yeah, the lake has a couple of ore deposits that I think I've missed, but I did get some of them. Yeah, there's nothing here. Okay. Gonna have to fly back in a sec because I'm down to 32% on my bottle. Seriously, I would have thought there'd be some ore deposits on this flatter area. How am I not seeing them? What gives, space engineers? Rude. No, Dragnon, vanilla. Vanilla, vanilla, vanilla. Okay, seriously? I don't think the ore deposit markings are that dependent on LOD. That I wouldn't be able to see them at that distance. Could be wrong, but I didn't think they were. Let's fly a little bit lower and just see if anything shows up. Oh yeah, silver. It's in the rock. Magnesium. Even a cobalt boulder will be enough. Yeah, even at this altitude, I'm not seeing anything suggestive. Oh, wait, no. I was looking for the wrong color. I was looking for grey. And it is not grey. And I have found iron. Let's go get some. And I've just got to find cobalt. Yeah, the spots are in a line, but finding out which way that line goes is hard sometimes. Because it's a fixed texture image thing. This one load of iron is going to produce so much more than... I think even more than that stone load from the mining ship did. That's another raw deposit there. Right, I was just looking for the wrong color. And I think my grass viewing distance is up high enough that was causing problems. And cobalt! That's GPS. Iron. Cobalt. Nickel. There we are. Hi, Steve. Yeah. I was looking for the wrong colors. That was my problem. What do I need for this? I need 1,000 iron, 5 cobalt, and a bit more nickel. Alright, let's go grab some more iron. In fact, let's just quickly check out the lake, just in case one of these is closer. Ow. And silicon. Cool. Oh, and nickel. That's fine. Let's go to the close one that I found on the rocks. Grab that cobalt I need. Shouldn't be too much. What made Capac and I make Light Echoes? A desire to create something, really. We just wanted to tell a story together. We thought we could. We thought we'd enjoy the process of it. So we did. How much cobalt have I got? I don't actually need much. I probably only need a couple of hundred. Yeah, that's enough. Let's get out of this hole and let's grab some iron. There's the iron. Where's the GPS? See where it is. Iron! Keep hitting V instead of C. The other thing I was contemplating with setting a goal for this was collect both of the monoliths. Which, I mean, gives you fewer locations to get to. I was thinking whether it might be a valid option as an end goal.
Inventory full.
But the thing about that was I was like, oh, but then you don't get to go to Pertum and to Triton and all the other planets. But there are 2 monoliths. There's one on Mars and there's one on the moon, I believe. Ooh. Sweet. Got almost everything. In fact, got so much, I may well try and put... my brain. I may well try and put more thrusters for lift on this. Before I start using it. Especially now that I got 2 batteries on this thing. Yeah, the ores in Wrong Way Up were an accident, but to my mind, a happy one. I like that we now will have to get stuff off the bots, because it adds an extra reason to have them interact with us, and also allows us to do some stuff like is done in Escape from Mars, where we have to actually go after them to get resources. And that aspect of Escape from Mars, the Escape from Mars scenario, is one of the best bits of it. So I think it's kind of cool.
Energy low.
Definitely unintentional, but also happy about it. Alright, I think I've got enough resources that I can get quickly now that I can do this. Yeah, we'll just add 2 for now. Add 2 on the other side. Let's move the cobalt down the list so we get more iron. And yeah, Tex, the grind to unlock stuff. Like, well, in Escape from Mars, it wasn't grind to unlock. It was go to a location and the script will unlock it for you. Grind to unlock. You guys were playing with around the same time, but it wasn't Escape from Mars that did that. I think Grind to Unlock was with Shaq at that time, and Escape from Mars you were playing with Wasted around a similar time frame. More Icarus should be soon. This past week's been pretty rough for me from a personal point of view, so that's why you haven't seen much of me. That's why I haven't streamed much in the last couple of weeks. Though that's all better. Well, mostly sorted now, so should be able to get back to doing my thing. I need to build a stone ejector on this. Thanks, Matcha. Just thought I'd grab some stone while I'm nearby. Should be able to get up to 40,000 with this many thrusters. Let's go 44. Yeah, that'll do. Oh yeah, 44 is a good point to stop. Oops. let's offload everything. Build a quick stone ejector. Yes, I can build sorters. The conveyor belt factory thing that I was doing, that was for the screenshot competition. I just never got the time to put it together before the competition was over, so I kind of slightly abandoned it, to be honest. Yeah, Hellfish, the only way to blacklist things from things is sorters, unless... Yeah, actually, that's really the only way. Scripts don't really work particularly well for blacklisting things to keep them out, because it'll only do it every time the script runs. So they're not the best solution. Should I do it that way? I should do it that way. No. What are you doing? Spencer, you're supposed to be doing this quickly, not prettily. What are you doing? I can't help myself. There won't be any, on the Icarus question earlier, there won't be any Icarus this weekend. I know kind of every second weekend I've been doing streams with Pav, but because I'm doing an acting course, as mentioned earlier. And that will be occupying the whole day. Audio issue is new. I feel like something's gone funky with the sound effect for production starting. It's just a beginner's acting course at NIDA, which is kind of it's Australia's main acting school. It's just a weekend course. I thought it could be interesting and potentially useful. I don't really know what it might be useful for exactly, but I know that as effectively being a performer, it should be useful to learn how performers have done things and whether there are ways I can do things differently that might be better. Alright, I need to get iron. Probably a little bit of nickel. Live action light echoes. Don't know how that would work. Like, genuinely don't know how that would work. I don't think my ore detector range is maxed, but I've found all the ores I need to find, so I'm not too fussed. I can... Oh no, it is maxed. But yeah, I'm not worried about that, because I don't need them. I know where everything is. Now, it would probably help if I set up those ejectors, wouldn't it? Might help. Oh, scraping the top. Control panel sorter. Whitelist. Stone, where are you? Right on, collect all one. Can I go heavier than this? I'm at almost 50. Yeah, no, I shouldn't. I'm struggling. Yeah, 30,000-ish iron. That's a decent start. No, Marissimo. More ejectors on one sorter is only an issue if you use the sorter to do the pulling of resources. So in this instance, the sorter is not the rate limiting step. After I first set up my ejector system in Survival Maybe, someone pointed this out to me and I tested it. And the ejectors, if they're set to pull and throw out, they will do that as fast as all of them together can, regardless of how many sorters you have. If you have enough sorters, you can also have them pushing material, so that sometimes could arguably slightly increase the speed, but they're not a rate limiting step. Jax, I tend to just fit as many ejectors on as I feel like I can do without totally ruining my ship. I don't really have an optimum ratio of ejectors per drill, but that is a fair question. I tend to... It's probably somewhere around 2 to 3 ejectors per drill on a small ship. I don't know if multiple... if 9 ejectors can throw out faster than one thingo. Than one connector. I don't know. That's a fair question too. Things I do not have the answers to. It would require some testing. Alright, we got enough iron. I might go grab a quick load of nickel. Partial load of nickel, because we're going to need a lot of motors. Then I need to start working on a large refinery. Which means I'll also need some gold for that. For the yield modules. Because I want to use the gold for yield modules and then have some refineries set up just refining gold for making jump drives. Yes, my ship probably did throw out a bunch of stone from the base. Whoops. Oh well. It was getting in the way of me offloading and coming back out here, so I'm not too fussed by that. Where is the nickel? Cobalt. Nickel. I think there's a good chance that I'm not... Oh, actually, hydrogen engines, they do require a fair few grids. I still think there may be a good chance that I don't need to mine any more cobalt after that first hand drill. But you really don't use a lot. It ends up being such a bottleneck that's just instantly gone as soon as you get what you need for the initial start. Yeah, this is my standard pit mining approach for horizontal miners. Gives you a nice direct route down to your ores. It's easy to do with right click. And it means that you can use your horizontal miners, which are heaps more efficient to build, use. They're just heaps more efficient than vertical miners. Vertical miners on planets, I don't know why some people like them, because they are not better. There's so much waste in using them. I guess some people find them easier to fly. But yeah, they're just that. They're not better. Is that just 9,000 nickel? Is that all I've got? No. That's enough. That's enough nickel. Plenty. Let's grab some more iron. Yeah, like pile driver shaped, Big Brzezinski. So vertical miners are... So all ores on planets are horizontal planes. They do not extend vertically very far. So why would you drill down from the top and then have to do that all over again and all over again and all over again? I can get down here, mine out, and once I get down, once I've drilled out all that can be drilled in like this pit that I've dug, I just start drilling out horizontally and then keep entering through the same pit. So I don't have to drill through all that stone over and over and over again. I just do the once and I'm done. No waste. Oh. Of course, if you're gonna do this, you probably want to have enough thrusters in your other orientations that you don't end up getting stuck. I think I might be too heavy. Come on, get out. No, don't roll. What's going on? Go check the boulder somewhere else. Of course, what I'm saying is only true when you've set up your miner properly, so that you can mine till you are completely... No! Don't roll! This isn't good. Okay, that one's fine. That's not going to get in the way. Oh wait, I can carry that on. No, don't roll over. Oh, this is bad. Locking your gyro is a bad idea. Nope. Nope, no, too far. Okay. No! Stupid drill. Oh dear. Oh dear. What have I done? Why? Why, Splitsy? Why do you do this to yourself? Yep, speedy. Speedy. I mean, to be fair, while I'm doing this, the resources that I'm needing are still being refined, and well, yes, this probably slowed me down a little, not as much as you might fear. Because I am still refining resources. It would only slow me down if, in the time I've been over there doing that, I could have built a full refinery and had it refining resources instead. Yeah. Yeah, Morpheus. Always remember your ABCs. Always blame Capac. Come on. Am I going to have to hit a tree? I think we're going to have to hit a tree. So I'm not doing much in the slowing down my vertical descent thing. There we go. Drills first. There we are. Tree number 1. Used to save my ship. Oof. Yeah, this thing needs more thrusters. Okay. Now we need large refinery. Refinery. Make me some steel plate. What the? Why won't you let me place you? Oh, what have I picked up? I've filled up myself. That's right. Okay, so I need 17,000 iron. Oh no, I've double dipped. What have I done? Okay. 8,000 iron. That's more reasonable. 60 nickel, 20 cobalt, so I've got those. Refinery is processing iron. I have that much iron. Sweet. So instead of placing this here, I might actually... Where could I put it? Maybe... Yeah, there. I'm going to put it there. The reason for that is I'm going to do a trick that I should do more often when I play, which is get a welder. And get it to do it for me. Construction component. And that for the refinery. There we go. Now I can just turn this on and it'll do the welding for me. Which means I can then say, use the miner to go off and do other stuff. I just used build vision to try. I just tried to use build vision to turn that on. We don't have build vision because this is meant to be vanilla. How are my batteries looking? Stored power 685, 18. Ooh, okay. We need more turbines. Or we need hydrogen engine. Yeah, better go turbines. I need a better assembler soon too. It's so hard to know what the correct order of things is with this. Gilgamesh, my plan is to not take the base with me, but to build a ship that has the bare necessities. So it'll have a refinery, it'll have an assembler just in case something goes wrong, but try and make the ship otherwise basically as light as possible, because the lighter the ship, the further the jump drives can carry it. Assuming up until a certain point, because then I think it's below 2... I actually can't remember what the weight limit was. But yeah, the more streamlined I can make the ship, the further I should get on my jump drives, which is useful. Yeah, try and avoid the greebles. I feel like an assembler probably would have been smarter before the refinery. I mean, I'm not going to be able to help myself. I'm still going to try and make the thing look half decent. I'm not just going to slap things willy-nilly. No, I'm not attempting to complete this in one stream. I would love to have enough time to do that today, but I've got some things I have to do during business hours. I may well, as a bit of a celebration, once I do my last rostered shift, do an ultra long stream where, depending on how much fun this is, try and do it in one go. I was also half tempted to try and do this in one go on Keen's servers before they do their reset. But I don't know how well that'd work as a stream. So, we'll see. We'll see if I think I can make that work. Wait, did I put this around the right way? Oh yeah, I did. Good. I'm going to... let's just do it. Let's go do some mining. 11 minutes. Oh, wait, hang on, this is still full. Don't have the cargo space for it. Maybe? Maybe I do. I do. Alright, I got enough power to... Tempted to go and get the gold. So I'm going to want that refining as soon as possible. So it takes for it. So the two big bottlenecks are having enough fuel to get off the planet and having enough, but the biggest one is having enough gold to build your jump drives. Because gold is hard to get a lot of and also takes a long time to refine. So you need a lot of refineries working on it. And ideally, since it's hard to collect a lot of, you want them with yield modules. It doesn't matter where you put build vision in the mod order, it should work. you're having issues with it, I would try unsubscribing, resubscribing, and seeing if there was an issue with the download, that sort of thing. Something like that, Zuriel, something like that. Trying to make this one come in right at the side of the deposit. Although the deposit is going to be angled with the terrain, so let's just go in. I think I ejected all the stone from my base, because I keep forgetting to turn off the ejectors. No, Spectre Spectrum. I have not played Conan Exiles. There are a few games like that that I suppose I might have enjoyed, but I've just never had the time to try. I figure I'm going to have to make a few trips up here, so I thought I'd make the entryway for this mine easy to get in and out of. That's why I'm expanding it. And since I'm waiting on that refinery to get built anyway, may as well use this time productively. Something that should speed up some later processes. Go, there's gold. This is what I was suspicious of. Gold veins on Earth are heaps bigger than on Titan. One of the most difficult things on Titan is that the gold is so thin, and presumably that's because of the planet's size, that you struggle to get enough gold, even from a single deposit. But on Earth, because it's a bigger planet, the deposits are actually thicker. So I think... How much gold did I actually get then? I got none. That was all stone. So I think I should find the gold process a little easier to collect, at least on the mining phase, on Earth-like. Although, maybe not. Now that I've seen that. No, that's about the same thickness. Ignore the last minute of my ramblings. Titan is the moon of the alien planet. Which means, in Space Engineers terms, a moon is something with low gravity and small size, typically around the 19-kilometer diameter size. Whereas a planet is something that's 120 kilometers and has moderate to high gravity, depending on which planet we're talking about. And if I said Titan as a planet, it's because in Space Engineers they are all planets. But because the difference between a planet and a moon is quite arbitrary for Space Engineers. there are no orbits. I think that's going to do me. I'm going to head back before I do something silly and run out of power. So if I run out of power up here, that's going to set me back so much that I may as well do a restart. Because one of my batteries is also dead. Hey, Shaq. Speedrunning SE. First clip through the door, then reload the first convo with an NPC before jumping off a moon. This lets you fight the Clang boss right away. Using a piston and a rotor, you can appease him and win. 15-minute run. Yeah, so sounds like a man who knows what he's talking about. Uh-oh. 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 Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Good, good, good. Goes well, Shaq. I'm kind of doing this as a speedrun in the style of what we did for Top Engineer. In that, trying to see how quickly I can get to all the other planets and all the other planets / moons and place a flag on them. But the start for me is very similar to what we did with Top Engineer, where I was on Titan, trying to get things up as quickly as possible. Now I've got a refinery. Let's grab gold. In there. I'm going to want another one, but I'm going to want a better assembler before I put all my energy into that. No, Shaq, I haven't seen the Modder Round Table today. It started at a time that was not favourable to me as an Aussie, to put it mildly. I think it started at like 3 or 4 a.m, which is usually when these things do. So I thought I might watch it later on today or tomorrow night. Did you watch it earlier? Is that why I saw you briefly playing Space Engineers? Oh, you're about halfway through it. From some of the stuff that Climb and the other guys have been saying, I feel like there might be some very positive modding changes. Which could end up with some interesting mods coming out of it. Hopefully. Or some improvement to existing ones at least. Ah, you made a silly video today. Gotcha. I wondered if it was either because of the stream or if you were up to something. Come on, give me the stuff, give me the stuff. Need faster production of things. Where are we at? 2 hours, 17 minutes. Not going too badly. Things will ramp up now that I've got the mining vehicle and everything. It's 80, so once I've got up to 80 left, then I can just rip off the other assembler. There's no point putting the battery on recharge because it's just going to get whatever power it can get anyway. I'd rather get the production, have the production work than put it on recharge. Let's cancel all that. Let's grab this assembler. Goodbye, basic assembler. You are a waste. Gordon, no, I don't. Keen's been working seemingly fairly closely with the modders, especially on this update, so I think we'll see breakages to things from people who aren't involved in that process, but a lot of the bigger mods will be just fine. Right. Let's get upgrade modules. Oh yeah, tools upgrade would probably be smart too. I'm going to build this speed module, then I'm going to build more wind turbines and potentially another wind turbine tower. And then think about how I'm going to mine enough ice to produce power enough quickly with hydrogen engines as well. That's not a bad idea, Gordon. That's not a bad idea. Maybe one day I will do something like that. Hard to set those things up in Oz, annoyingly, because a lot of the services aren't easily available, but I think given a bit of time I could probably set something like that up. Thing is, Bilbo, some of the mods that are 4 years old still work. It just very much depends on the mod. Bits. We're going to be good. No, I don't wish that they would make the programming simpler, but I wish they would make timer blocks a little more powerful so you could do if this then that stuff more easily with timer blocks. And that's as someone who's not great with programming stuff. I think some simple if this then that would be really nice. There are a lot of things that I'd be able to set up then which would use timer blocks instead of a script and would, I think for a lot of people, make their lives much simpler. Yeah, and exactly, case statements, that sort of stuff would make timer blocks have a higher utility for more people. If base blows up, set room lights red. Something like that. This is probably going to negatively impact that other one, but hopefully not by too much. I don't want to push it out too far because I don't want it to get struck by lightning. I figure the loss in efficiency is worth the not loss through lightning. Yeah, that website for writing scripts was not great. There were a lot of inefficiencies with how it worked, which is kind of a necessity of something like that. But, yeah. I think, unfortunately, a lot of those don't work well. There are a number of scripts out there that are intended to make it easier for you to write your own scripts, as in they can interpret stuff that's more like natural English language. But haven't ever... There's a new one that's come out recently, or newish, I think. I haven't tested it out yet to see whether I can get my head around it, but the previous ones I could never quite understand anyway, because they were still programmer speak, and I couldn't get it. Nope, Princess of Donuts I have not. I mean, I don't think Space Engineers needs the level of logic blocks that, say, Stationeers has. I feel like that would be excessive. But a couple of those little bits and pieces would be nice. Xbox, you can have programmable blocks, but they're limited to certain scripts due to Microsoft's restriction of foreign code running on their console.
Energy low.
Alright, how's that working for getting me some battery power? Fully recharged in 26 minutes. That's a bit more reasonable. Current input 2.09. I can still increase the input more though. Do I just build another tower? Maybe I should build another tower. I think that's going to be better. Anything else I do is going to require me to mine and stuff, and I want to be focusing my mining efforts on ores. I don't think so, good. I don't think it's worth having the scripts running on that mining ship. I just need to have more power output, because I'm going to need heaps more anyway. Yes, turbines do suffer from voxel proximity. Where am I going? End goal, plant flag other planets. Ooh, complete tech tree. That's an interesting one. Do you have to unlock everything? It wouldn't be too hard, though. Like, once you've got enough to fly to the other planets, you should be able to unlock everything with fairly easily. All I have to do is build a light, build a sound block, build a turret, build a gravjan, build a door, build a reactor, and build a rocket launcher. I'll be doing that anyway. Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad. There's not enough characters to mention the goal in the title, unfortunately. You had mentioned the monoliths as a goal you set aside, as it avoided some of the planets. What if your goal was to relocate the monoliths to the planets without them? Huh. It's an interesting one. To move the monoliths. I suppose you could also do a... Like, if you wanted to add complexity, I just want to keep the goal nice and simple, but... you could add some complexity to the goal by saying you have to have acquired both monoliths and placed a flag on every other planetary body. That's all of them. Sweet. Now we're looking for input on the batteries. Close to max input. Excellent. Cool. I need lights on this so that I can fly it at night. Not that Vanilla Space Engineers is actually dark at night, but, you know, still useful. There we go. Unlocked some blocks. Oops. I'll do that. Feels so weird to not just go straight into build vision and change those. Now we have light. How are we going here? Let's build these. Shaq, I've wanted to do something like that as a goal for a long while. Where you have to move intact cryopods with their existing systems and stuff, so you can't allow them to depower, etc. I got a little bit of the fun of that when I ejected Capac off the moon in his bed. And it is definitely a concept that I think would be fun to do. Yeah, Shaq. I'll give that a crack with you. It's just... Yeah, I think it's a fun way of doing things. You need to do a bit of setup. But I think it'd be kind of... I was also thinking one of some ways to get it to be a kind of community-involved series too. Which if I can manage to figure out some of the logistics would be kind of fun. Could be a post wrong way up thing to do. Yeah, it could be something like that, Shaq. Like, and I think you could potentially set it up so that you're collecting the cryopods from around the system, as in you're accumulating a larger and larger supply of sleeping engineers as you go along. But yeah, needing to protect. Alright, got max speed. Let's go for some yield. Actually, no. You know what? I don't think yield modules are worth it. I think we're better off with speed and power efficiency. Or just straight up speed on the refineries. Because I can always mine more. I'm not going to run out of gold. So I think I just want to be able to refine as quickly as possible. Oops. I think you need to go, basic refinery, soon. So just a power sink, and you don't produce as much as the big refineries do.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Yield's not double. Yield's a fraction, so it's not worth as much. Every speed module is an extra refinery replacement, which, if it's preventing me from having to mine the resources to build an extra refinery, then it's saving me time. No! The wrong thing in my queue. Let's abandon this thing now. Is anything attached to that and not attached to other things? No. Yeah, I'm thinking the same, Discodex. The best refinery setup depends on your goals. Really? I need to build conveyor line along here. Down here will be cheapest. So if I build a conveyor line, then that's going to be cheaper than doing that refinery, and while it's being built, I can do everything else. That's enough, and well done. No, so The yield versus speed argument comes down to, can I get more of the resource? Yes, no. If I can't get more of the resource, then obviously getting more yield out of what you can get is absolutely paramount. Can I get more of it quicker than the yield would gain it? Then doing speed modules is better. Because if I'm not doing anything else, then I may as well be out there mining stuff to be useful. See what's welded when I get back, because this should have enough power that I can go get some more gold. In fact, how much iron do I have in terms of... Not a great deal, actually. Go get some more iron. Oh yeah, tool upgrade would be useful. I'm so bad at upgrading my tools. Oh. Assuming... I kind of hope that Shaq hears this. I'm going to choose to blame him from... Because we're both just as... I think we're both as bad as each other on that one. So the reason in this instance I'm going speed over yield, like normally I would go a mixture, but this is kind of a unique. Shaq, I blame you for me not upgrading my tools. All that time watching you not upgrade them, it's never gotten into my habit. And I think you're just as bad as I am. Or I'm just as bad as you are. It's probably the better way to say that. Who needs better tools? Actually... Doesn't feel right to blame Shaq. I need to blame Capac. Uh-oh. Wow. That very quickly overfilled. Oh, because I've still got gold on board. Damn it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. At least I'm not rolled over this time. But the iron's still going to land on the wrong spot. Do that to me. Great. Ah, got out easily this time though. Practice makes perfect. I should probably start adding some extra thrusts on this thing, I guess. Though it is functional. It's functional and I can mine enough if I remember to empty it. Before I fly it. Yeah. If. It's a big if. Uh-oh, uh-oh, that's too fast, that's too fast! I broke something, I think. 'Cause I made a new hole. New bit of hole there. Yeah. Why are you not on silent? You're meant to go auto on silent when I do things. We got our... Nope, don't have our refinery, which means I need to move iron into the big one. I've got too much nickel. I did unload the gold this time. I'm learning. And that is so much faster than before. Ugh. Yes. Needed the upgrades. I guess... Is 2 refineries with all those speed modules going to be enough? Possibly? Though it does seem... This one does seem to be having a bit of trouble. Oh, it actually just processed 20,000 iron very quickly. Okay. I think those 2 refineries will be adequate. If I start running into problems with them, I can always add more. I should go get more iron. I'm gonna run out again. Well, that's working. Meska, I think you'd have an interesting time getting your PC to load the save if you started trying to cut a planet or a moon in half. The amount of voxel deformation required for that would be excessive. And I think because of the way that Space Engineers stores voxel changes, it mightn't work. I mean, you could use you could use SE Toolbox to make a planet that's really, really small, and then cut that in half. Kind of going the, well, if I can't do it for real, I'm still going to do it route that I did with the ladder to the moon thing, where I slightly moved the moon closer to the planet so that I could actually do the thing. But it still gives you the feeling like you did the thing that you were trying to do. No, you cannot move tiny planets. All voxels in Space Engineers are completely static. Hey, thanks, Dugs. Nothing wrong with the sun orbiting the planets. Now I'm feeling like my memory's not very good because I'm trying to remember which philosopher was responsible for that idea originally. Or is credited for it. Was Galileo the first Western one to say the planets went round the sun? Yeah, I can't remember. Ptolemy. Copernicus. See, this is why I don't remember these things. Every time I like watch a video on any of this stuff, all the names are mentioned, and so they all just kind of blur into one. Okay, we got gold and nickel being processed. Let's change that to gold and iron being processed. There we go. Now, let's move this welder around until we get everything built. Fact. Oh no, I haven't collected any silver yet. Yes, we are doing this. Assembler. Okay, this is working, this is working. I think this may be quicker to just do by hand. Speed modules. So what do you guys reckon? Should I make the large grid big enough that it can handle, and powerful enough that it can handle going down to the planets? Or should I have a small vehicle that's designed to go down and come back so that I don't have to take the whole thing down? Feeling like just taking the large grid down makes more sense, because then as soon as I leave gravity I can go, rather than having to re-dock. Yeah, Mesker, it's surprising I didn't burn myself on either of those. I'm going to go grab some silver shortly and then I'll upgrade my tools. I need silver for the best tech I can get without finding platinum. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, just the large grid. Let's go grab some silver. There's AG2, where's an AG? 1.75 that way. I did empty the miner. Yeah. I did. I wasn't sure. Copernicus usually gets the credits, but it was actually someone else. The notion that the Earth revolves around the Sun had been proposed as early as the 3rd century BC by Aristarchus of Samos. We're almost at 3 hours, and I'm basically at the point where I'm going to start building the ship to get me off the planet. Which is kind of cool. I think one of the hardest things with oh, there's more cobalt here. One of the hardest things with a long haul trying to do things quick run like this is just keeping focused for that long. Like trying to stay focused on your goals and not get distracted and not just zone out for a little bit and daydream. So I've definitely daydreamed already today. So that means however quickly I do this, I know I can do it quicker. Yeah, Tex, the ice on Earth does look a lot better than the ice on the alien planet, doesn't it? Doesn't look like a pink slushy. Don't need too much silver. There we go, silver. So I should just be able to do a bit of a load of it. Not even a full load. How much is that? 8,000. Maybe a little bit more, just in case. If you mean yes, like a bacterial infection, less like a bacterial infection. I mean, the whole alien planet, I think, is meant to look like a bacterial infection. Ow. I think that's intentional. Because it all kind of looks slimy and organic. Yeah, yeah, I guess JRL, you probably want to plan exactly what you need and things like that. I feel like part of the fun for me is trying to remember it rather than operating off lists. And having a bit of flexibility because, you know, things change, the terrain's different, other stuff can get in your way. I don't think I'd ever play it this way enough to go, I need a list, because I want to shave 30 seconds off my time. But I think it could be amusing to try and get a few of the other Space Engineers guys into seeing how quickly they can do it. As a light competition. And yes, the refineries are working as fast as I need them to, which means I can probably build a yield module on each because I'm not able to keep up with how quickly I can mine. Which is good. Yield module and another one here. Oops. Oh! Splitsy! Why you do this? Okay. I think I might go grab another load of... No, I won't, because there's not much power left. I think I might build some hydrogen engines and some batteries. That's what I might do. Wind power is very effective because you get power 24/7. But the reason I'm going hydrogen is because I'm going to need to make the facilities for it anyway, so I might as well do it. Oh yeah, and I got silver for tools. Gotcha. Tool. Welder. And grinder. There it is. Hey. Now we're cooking with better welders. Hey, thanks, Pale Flames. Yes, solar is a good safety net in space. Once you've got uranium, though, it's incredibly rare that you will get into a situation where you run out of anything power-wise, unless you take damage. If you take damage, sure. You'll run into troubles. But otherwise, the amount of uranium you actually use up versus how much you get from a single mining run, you shouldn't really run out of it in the way most people play. I think most people play. Okay. Now the engines. Yeah, Dragnon. I don't use uranium because once you get to uranium, power supplies aren't an issue, and so you've removed entirely one of the elements of survival, which kind of defeats the purpose of playing survival for me. Okay, that's 2 hydrogen engines. Let's mine some ice. Oh, actually, let's add a... large cargo container somewhere here. Yeah, off the side here will work. Why won't you place? Is that bottles in the way? Whatever, that'll do. That's a good enough spot. Oh, my old welder's on the floor. Yeah, I see. I could see the bottle, but I didn't notice the welder was in the way. Alright, chat. Let me know which you would like me to do. Because I'm not convinced one is better than the other. Shall I mine ice with this? Or shall I build a piston rotor mounted thing to scrape it? The trouble I'm at the moment is that this thing has almost no power. Oh no, it's actually alright. It's got 36 minutes. And also, if I could use some sort of automated miner, so the advantage of this, I've already made it. The advantage of scraping to mine is that this thing can't carry much. I'll add some thrusters to it. This is just getting silly. Just can't carry enough. No wheel-mounted drill connected to the main base on a hinge chain. No. That's a silly survival impossible type thing. Not trying to do things quickly. Okay. I can now lift. That's better. So I can carry 60 tons. I do need to have some more maneuvering thrusters though. That at least gets us started and should allow us to get these to turn on. Which means our batteries are currently getting charged as quickly as they possibly can be. That's perfect. That's what I wanted.
Fuel low.
Oh, that's not ideal.
Fuel critical.
All right. Wait, did I forget to turn PCU limit off? Dang it! Yeah, PCU limit should not be part of this. Just as I turned on scripts, PCU limits should be off. Xbox speedrun. Oh, jeez. I don't think you can turn off build limits here. Ignore PC limits. Ah. Cool. Can. I just need to read better. How are we going? Is this filling? This is filling. Sweet. How much ice do I have? You know what? I don't need to build an ice miner. This has been adequate. See if I can actually carry enough with this now. I think I might be able to get by with it. So those of you who said I should just stick to this, success. I'm just sticking with this. Oops. Okay, we're offloaded. Let's go grab some gold, because I'm going to need more gold. I don't even know if I went with democracy there. I think I just went with what I felt like once I realized it had worked. I didn't really take note of how many people said what. Oh, and I just noticed a chat from Bummel. Stuck in Eve. I know them feels. That's why I don't play the game anymore. Not necessarily, Meska. Not necessarily. Where's my entryway? Let's just pop a little bit of this stone away. Gold. So now that I can carry 60 tons, this is going to be a lot easier. Get a good load. Hey, thanks for the puzzled one. Thanks for the gift subs. Yeah, at some point I need to sit down with the PAM script and just learn it properly, because... And same with the more up-to-date SAM script. Because I looked at SAM early on, and I think it's improved a lot since I looked at it then. The trouble is the time it takes sitting around in menus to set all these things up. At least the first time. I think if I spent some time practicing with them, I could probably get it down to a reasonable time frame. I'm down to 10 minutes of power. That is not ideal. Hey, thanks, Rodenwald. Careful on that power. Ooh. Hey, and thanks True Dragon for the prime sub. Anyone else hearing "We Will Rock You" with those ejectors? Good one, Mike. How are we going? Still alright. I think I can still mine some more. Hey, thanks, Fabian. Just be glad I'm not trying to sing it. Although, arguably, that would be the best song for someone who can't sing to sing. At least the chorus line. Is anyone noticing my weight isn't updating now? There we go. Hey, thanks, Haunted Lemon Tree Malloy. Thanks for the bits. I need heaps of gold, basically, for the main thing that's going to hold me up in progressing through this quote-unquote speed run, which is getting jump drives. So I need a lot of gold for jump drives. And that makes gold the main bottleneck. Interesting. Would pre-designed blueprints be a cheat when speedrunning? I feel like you could argue both ways on that one. I think it would be more fun to see people do it without a pre-designed blueprint. That's just my personal taste. And so basically a no projector run, but it's part of the game. So I guess you could argue that it's a legitimate use of gameplay mechanic. So therefore, okay. So Tom Two Cats. So he's, I would find gold in orbit. It's easier to mine and process in space. It's not easier to find in space. When Wasted and I did a bit of a sort of speed run like this once before when we were doing the Never Surrender scenario, he suggested we go to space. We didn't find gold. We never found gold on the asteroids. So we wasted a huge amount of time trying to find it. So sure, if you get lucky, space would be better. But without that luck, you got so much better chance of things going right if you just do it on a planet. Yes. One in the hand is worth two in the bush sort of thing. I should have enough. Oh, do I need more iron again? Where's my iron supplies? Iron, 7k, almost 10k iron. 1500 gold, that's going alright. Need more power that anyway, so let's start laying out this ship. In Factorio, the 100% category allows importing previously designed blueprints, but the others do not. That seems reasonable. It is true that you just copy it from another screen, but there's... I don't know, there's efficiencies you can do when you don't have to rely on... Actually, I'm not taking O2H2 gens. I'm just going to take tanks. Or actually, no, I should take a couple. Just in case. Be devastated if I messed that up. Out. Not going industrial hydrogen tank. It doesn't have enough ports. Let's grab... engine. These will likely be switched off, but just there as an insurance policy. Then we go with an assembler in between, I think. Put a speed module or power efficiency. Maybe 2 power efficiencies on this assembler and 2 speed. Actually, I'm not going to be needing to build anything quick. Let's go full power efficiency. The reason not to use what I've already built is because it's all built in a really awkward way and it'll take me more time to rearrange it than to just build something fresh. And they can continue working while I build the new stuff, and then the new stuff will add to my production capabilities. So basically what I'm doing is I'm expanding my production capabilities in a way that allows me to turn it into a ship. I think for me, doing this Space Engineers speedrun is about seeing how the game plays when you do it this way. Seeing whether it does have some fun while you don't have an established meta to play. That's kind of my feel on it. Two tanks, that. Then I need to build control seat. Probably an oxygen tank would be useful because then I don't have to worry about filling up O2. If I put the oxygen tank independent to the rest of the conveyor system and have a cockpit that's also independent. And use an oxygen tank rather than a small hydrogen tank. Do that, and then put a vent on this. That way I won't breathe off any of my ice. Not that it's likely to make a difference, but why not? Yeah. Alright, let's start getting this built. It is weird being in a game without having any enemy drones around. That is true. I am finding that a bit odd. Have you got enough power that I can mine some ice? Yeah, you'll have enough now. Yeah, plenty. Wait, I haven't gotten the gold off. Or have I? Nope, it's all off. By enemy drones, are you including Capac? Texfire, you know me too well. Yes. Capac is an enemy spy. Oh, that's heavy enough. Aren't spies supposed to be sneaky? Oh, well, he's amusing enough that I keep him around, so maybe he's effective in a different way. If it takes 300,000 ice, that's like, what, 10 trips per... 10 trips per tank with that miner. That's not too bad. But it does mean that I probably will build a drill rig. Because you're right, that does sound like a pain. Yeah, let's build a drill rig. Let's just do it. I think it's going to be the quickest way to get enough ice. It does take a stupid amount to build, to fill the tanks. I can do a fairly quick, simple drill for this. Don't need anything fancy. Yeah, that'll be enough for range. Yeah, Lenjet, I'm thinking just 2 or 3 small cargo containers is the way to go on the craft. Probably even 1 might be enough. I definitely don't think you need a lot. But I think, given how much pain it'll cost to have to build one if you don't have enough, but this time, because I don't know what I need, it'd be better to build more rather than less. Arguably, yes, auto-crafting would be useful if you knew how much you needed of stuff, but I don't. So I don't want to use up excess resources producing, and that includes power, producing stuff I don't need. Techs, I have not done the calculations on whether Atmo thrusters save you fuel versus not, if you're then still carrying them with you. But generally, I think it depends on design. My general feeling is yes, it does, though in this instance I'm not going to use them. The reason I'm not going to use them here is because I think the time taken to build all those motors, it's just too great. Hey, thanks, Conus Head Ninja. See you, Beshka. Yeah, with the hydrogen energy per power and things like that, it's less of an impact. How tall did I make that? Good, I made it tall enough for 2 pistons, which is exactly what I wanted. Them steel tubes. Yeah, Yamino, that's a
Fuel low.
fair alternate requirement, I guess. to make that you have to have a functional survival kit respawn sort of setup on each planet. I kind of like the idea of just planting a flag though. So it's a beacon with a power supply. That appeals to me. Yeah. Two will be enough, I think. Let's spin that. Oh, the drill's gonna fit. No! Arg! I'm so close. Oh, I'm like a meter to... Rats. That's annoying. What should I do? Do I just stick with one piston to go down? I suppose I could... Yeah, actually, you're right, you're right. If I place this one, I can then just scrape it around and fix it. Shouldn't be too bad. Wait. Let's do this the quick way. Who wants to hand mine a large hole when I've got a ship to do it? No, yeah, hinge up top would have worked too. Kind of angle it out and then allow it to drop down because I haven't really built much. But I've mined it now, so I'm just gonna keep going once I get this thing clocked. No, Capac's motto is not work smarter, not harder. Capac's motto is work. What's that? Is that thing you try and make me do? Oh, Capac's motto was ow. I mean, that's one of them. There's ow. Grrr. Which is certainly one of his oft repeated phrases. Okay, drill time. Apparently I didn't drill enough out that side. Oops. Whoops. Alright, that's plenty. Uh. Theories on the effects of repeated cloning incidents. Textfire catchphrase. What would a Textfire catchphrase be? Yeah, Capac normally, when Capac streams solo, he normally uses a face cam. How y'all doing? Yep, could be. Stop the rover. Oh, I'm out of iron. Yeah, y'all is pretty low-hanging fruit. Trying to think of anything you've repeatedly said on Even Wrong Way Up, and I'm struggling. I mean, I guess it could be... Oh, is that vanilla? I thought that was a mod. Yeah, blame Capac would be one of mine. Or, Capac! Why? But you told me that and other half-swallowed sounds. Is Capac's reply usually. Thanks, Ostuga. You make a great Splitsy impression. Yep. Capac does say why a lot. And it's usually in this... Why? I thought I was doing everything right. Why has it gone wrong now? What is Splitsy going to tell me that I should have been paying attention to that I wasn't? Oh yeah, Tex, that is something you're saying. You do say a lot. And I'm dead again. I got out of my chair. I don't know what it is with you and DE though. You've got better pings than Wasted and he dies less than you. Oh, 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 oh. Oof. Yes, Capac is the man of many catchphrases. Ah, so Wasted entertains himself while the rover's moving rather than trying to do things on the rover while it's moving. Yeah, I guess the experience that D and Tex have is very similar to what I had on Draconis, where I had enough lag that I was really, really struggling with controlling certain things, but not so much that I felt like I always had to be super, super safe. Almost there, almost there, almost there. That brave Texan rig worker mentality. Wasted his more British road mender mentality of one man works while three watch, to ensure occupational health and safety requirements are met. Is the production going? Almost there. There we go. Alright. Control panel. Drill. On. Control panel. Piston. Recruiter. Man. Huh? Don't know what I've done then. Inertia tensor. Okay, we start. Oh, I keep doing build visiony things. Velocity 0.1. Velocity 0.1. Cool. I think that will start filling the tanks. Yep, that's going up. Well, Lohan, I turned build vision off because I was like, well, that's not vanilla, is it? And it does save time, so I didn't use it. Felt like cheating, given the challenge I was setting myself. So other than what I've got on there, I need a bunch of batteries, and I need jump drives, and I need thrusters. And then... Good. I start charging the jump drives and start getting off this... aim to get off this planet. What do we got? 3 hours, 43:26. gonna need more iron, aren't I? Reckon. It's daylight, let's go grab. And while we've got a few things being produced, in fact, let's add a couple of bits to production. Blocks. Tank. 1, 2. Binary. Add that. Assembler. Speed. Power. Battery. Okay. That way stuff's going to be produced while I'm out. Let's go grab some iron. Nope, I'm still really loaded. Oh, I've got plenty of ice now. From that one pass on the, the drill. I may have over-designed the drill. Typical. Put at least one catwalk block on, otherwise how do we know you really are Splitsy? Yeah, I probably should have put a sorter on the base side of the connector. Suppose I can when I get back, I guess. Maybe? That's true. The ice drill may be able to get deep enough to get down to stone. I'm not sure that it can, though. I intentionally didn't design it with stone drilling in mind, though perhaps I should have. Largely because I know how much iron I can get from actually mining iron. And I've got enough silicon and nickel for my purposes, I'm pretty sure. So, I guess battery and beacon is an adequate setup for each planetary body, or does it have, should each flag have its own infinite power supply sort of thing? So, either a solar panel or a wind turbine. Yep. Battery, beacon, and a solar panel. Seems fair. Or a wind turbine for planets with atmospheres. Yeah, with a simple timer setup, you can automate a drill setup like this. It takes a bit of fiddling, and I don't think in this setting it's something worth doing. In a play just for the fun of it. Like a play where the goal is just having fun building weird stuff, then absolutely. You can automate that drill. Even some basic automation can be done. Yeah, one solar panel or wind turbine would be plenty for a beacon. Beacons don't use much power. I think it's like, may even be only 200 watts at full range, though I could be misremembering. It's not a lot. Eep. Keep doing that. Just barely having enough to tap the ground. It could be 2 megawatts at max range. But that seems way too much. Or is it 200 kilowatts? Maybe it's 200 kilowatts. I feel like 200's in there somewhere, but I don't know. My memory of such things is vague right now. Hello, Fluffy. Sweet, we got 15,000 iron. I got enough iron for a while. Let's keep building stuff. I'm impressed that I haven't damaged the bottom side of that ship on that hillside as well. I'm surprised. I was thinking a large grid beacon was the challenge. Just because then it's a static grid. Oh, I should have left a cargo port accessible so I could do this with a welder rather than having to go back and forth. At least you guys forced me to make a good welder to make this process faster. Yeah, it's 2.21 gigawatts. That's how much power the beacons use. I am the Senate. We're almost 4 hours into me starting from scratch. So I'm actually kind of chuffed with the progress. Feels like I've made some. Thought that would have come through the hydrogen engine, but maybe it doesn't have a proper conveyor port. Maybe that's why. Still lots in the queue. I guess chuffed. Thought chuffed.
Fuel low.
Yeah, it is. Like it is used in by a decent
Fuel
number of Aussies,
critical.
but I think it's not just Aussie. Chuffed is happy. Ah. Ow. Yeah, I thought chuffed was UK as well. It's one of those slightly more universal ones. Let's just stack a few of these so I can see what we got coming. I can more easily change between them as we go. I'll probably do with those for now. Originally meaning puffed with fat. Interesting. Not at all what I would have thought. this is taking shape. Don't know what that shape is, but it's a shape. Yeah, probably Zarthurian. Indeed, chuffed to bits is like bursting with satisfaction. How are we looking for ice? We still got a bunch. Yes. I think I'm going to need to build some more O2H2 gens to fill these tanks faster. Especially with the hydrogen engines burning some of the fuel. Really didn't make this easy to do this with welders rather than doing it by hand, which is annoying. And motors. I haven't put the jump drive on yet. I wanted to get all of the basics down because then I can just focus on gold production and getting as much of that down as possible. Oh yeah, gyros. I did forget about a gyro. But I haven't put batteries on yet either. And we need lots of battery power so that I can use the batteries to recharge the jump drives because the jump drives are going to need to recharge a few times. I'm potentially also going to have to consider whether this thing needs to be able to refuel if I'm going to have to run off the hydrogen tanks for power. Which adds a bit of complexity. I guess an ore detector could be warranted, but I might just leave that as a thing I can build if I feel I need it. I'm not going to assume that I can build reactors. I may bring the parts for them, but... although I guess, actually, it probably would make sense to build a reactor. Because if I come across uranium while waiting for the jump drive to recharge, because I'll search each time, then I could potentially make use of it. Yeah, that should be fine. Platinum's not really much use to me. With hydrogen thrusters, I don't think I'll need them. Need it. Parachutes might be valuable for conserving fuel when landing on thick atmosphere planets. And uranium is only in asteroids. The uranium on alien planet thing is a scarce resources setup, not vanilla. No, I don't think I'll upgrade to ions. The resources required to produce them are it's too much. And it's too much time. Like, if you've managed to refine enough platinum to make ions, you're doing this too slow. fill that with oxygen. Yeah,
Energy
Ravensteel.
low.
I'm kind of the same. I don't, unless I've stolen the ions, I don't tend to build them. Yeah, Amaru, I do have a rough order in mind that should be most efficient or moderately efficient. It'll be Triton, Pertum, or Pertum Triton, whichever one I can see. Then Mars and Europa, then Alien and Titan. Well, Moon first, yes. It's hard to remember to say all the things. There are actually a surprising number of planetary bodies. Let's get these built. Have I got queued up here? I'm getting through it. Once all this is built, like, it is just focusing on jump drive and power. This was the necessary stuff, and then the rest of it is just jump drive, jump drive, jump drive. Power, power, power. Yeah, I guess a survival kit might be sensible. I could just move the one that I've got, though. Which is probably what I'll do. In fact, we can probably do that now. This O2 tank has enough oxygen in it now, so I'll get rid of this vent. Let's grab the survival kit. Not connected by anything, are you? There we go. Got safe. Need my steel plate. Sweet. We are getting somewhere. Control panel, how's this going? 5.9%. We'll also be able to drag off that one, which is good. In fact, I might. Stockpile. And let's turn the other one off once it's empty. Cool. Don't need to worry about a vent. I've got enough oxygen on this that it's more than enough. Oh, you don't want me to build in basic grey. Okie dokie. Let's go with... horribly bright cyan. Hazard? How's that gonna look? Oh, most of the things don't get the hazard. Poop. Oh well. We now have colour. Oh, disco. No, disco gets really obnoxious with the lighting. What about dusty? Space dust. There we go, space dust. And hey, just because my suit's grey doesn't mean I can't build in grey if I want to. I do think it's odd. Thinking back to when Capac and I decided on our suit colours after we'd realised that we'd picked the wrong colours for the first season of Light Echoes. I do think we kind of... the colours sort of match some aspects of our personalities, but also more broadly they don't.
Fuel critical.
Because we... like, Capac never wears colour except for on streams. The rest of the time he pretty much lives in black, if he can help it. Whereas I quite happily wear colour. Because why not? I'd love to see you changing your suit colour a tiny amount over the course of a year until it's something completely different. Okay. What I need is... actually... jump. What? What do I need to build jump drive? GravGen. Oh, right. I'm actually going to need to have... I think there's gravity components in jump drives too, aren't there? So I might need more silver than I've collected so far. Am I out of silver? No. I've got enough. Am I out of cobalt? Don't have much, and I'm going to need more. Okay, let's go grab some cobalt. Where was the nearest cobalt? Also, this thing's still really heavy. And the large cargo container is almost full. Alright, it's near the iron. Let's make fridge blue. Uh, it is possible the base is draining the miner. I may not have turned on the engines on the ship. That is definitely a possibility. Come on, let's go, let's go. Yeah, Capuval, phase. Come winter, Capac still dresses like that. He certainly used to wear a trench coat to school a lot. Though we did have a trench coat as part of our uniform, so, you know. There were a few people who wore them. And no, Capac did not try and wear one in summer. He'd happily wear a t-shirt in the snow. So I don't think he'd ever do that. True. Dresden, true. That actually might be a big part of it. The Matrix probably is to blame for the trench coat popularity back then. Because I am thinking of, like, around that sort of era. Yes, -25 is probably too cold for Capac, but 0 to 10 is probably where he's quite happy. I was thinking of taking this thing with me, but I think also having a drill on the front, or having this mounted on the front of the ship as the drills, might be useful just in case there's some things to collect. I'm not sure which is a better idea. I don't think I'd try not to have to do any planetary mining, but then that's where this would come in handy. I somehow didn't come in hot that time. Yeah, ammo won't work everywhere, but the places where I expect to need it are places where the ammo should work. Because that'd be Mars and the alien planet. The rest of the places, and Triton, the rest of the places, it'll be pretty easy to get back off, so I shouldn't need to worry about fuel. Are we looking for fuel? Speaking of that, we're up to 43%. Have we got the stuff for the gravity gen? Cobalt is coming in. One gigagram of ice should be enough. Hmm. Come on, give me that gravity component. Yeah, I don't think I've got excess power at the moment. I'll sort that shortly.
Inventory full.
Now jump drives. I want at least 2. Because 1 is just not quick enough to get places. So I was thinking of slapping them here and here. Because then I can just stick welders on the back of this hydrogen tank to weld them up. And welder should have put a cargo container there, not a conveyor. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Speed it up, Splitsy, speed it up! I want to feel like... I want to feel like this thing's mostly finished whenever I decide to wrap up this stream today. Oh no. It's stealing all my bits. There we go. And flip. And produce. Now we turn on. And we turn on. And then we can have a look at how much stuff is needed. So, need to have 2,300 cobalt. We have 300. How much more? Okay, we're using it all up. I'm probably going to need to mine some more cobalt. 1,400 gold. I'm going to need more gold. And nickel I think is fine. Let's get rid of that. We don't need silicon. We need a bit more silver possibly. No, silver's fine. Nickel is fine. Probably iron, cobalt, gold. Nope, just cobalt and gold. Sweet. That's good. These? Oh, that's not on. Okay. Now let's see how my miner looks when that's on. Oh, it's fully charged. Okay. Cool. Let's go grab some gold. Yes, I will need to build a reactor as well. That's a good point. And gyros and thrusters. So I still don't actually have a vaguely flyable, but I wanted to get the jump drives built sooner than those bits because they need time to charge. So while they're charging and I'm making sure that everything else is charged up, I can then build the functional parts of the ship. Yeah, MRO, SI is on hold for the moment. I do intend to return to it, and as with everything else that I've said I'll return to, I do eventually get there. As I've even arguably returned to Light Echoes here and there, it's just never anything got produced from it. Yeah, there's heaps of work to do for me to get going on Survival Impossible. I wanted to do that when I had the time to dedicate to it, which is once I stop having to go and work at the hospital. As often. Which is very soon. Yeah. I haven't publicly acknowledged what my day/night shift job is. I'll probably keep it that way for now. If I eventually quit it altogether, I will reveal it then, but there are certain privacy concerns that I don't really want to say what it is I do. More openly. Let's see, a spy. I'd be a terrible spy. I'd feel so mean. That's just what a spy would say. Get him, lads! Come on. Yep, stone. Let's collect heaps more gold. Breaking news, spy gets lost in train station, can't find ticket office. Yeah, see, you probably do need a sense of direction to be able to be a decent spy. Uh-oh. Did I break a battery? Come on, broken a battery. One of my batteries is dead. What? No, I looked at the wrong battery. Oh dear. This is going to be an awkward trip home. Speedrun home. I think actually taking it slowly home might be the better option here. So I need to lose altitude, but not so fast that if I Run out of power, I destroy this thing. Okay. Come on. Been doing so well with this thing. It's bound to go wrong somewhere. Yes, that is an array of ejectors off the side. Okie dokie. Slow down. Nice and safe. Nice and gentle. There we go. Done without any damage. Excellent. Oh, these come along. Got the power cells in. Must be waiting on gravity components, I'm thinking. Guessing I need more cobalt. Is being refined. Oh, I've got 340 now. Oh, I need more silver. I'm out of silver, that's it. No, I had heaps of silver. Wait. Is the assembler full of... No? Huh. Oh. Do I need a tiny bit of silicon for these? No? I'm flummoxed. I'm gonna grab a bit of silicon because I think I need a little more than I have. Where are we? Silicon. Yeah, my hydrogen tank is red because I turned it off because it doesn't need to fill. It's not coming with me, so there's no point in filling it. I just want to fill the tanks on the ship. There's the exit.
Fuel low.
I'm still confused. I've got heaps of silver. Why is the assembler not grabbing the silver it needs? How much more silver does it need? It's got enough silver now. It's gold. Do these need gold? Oh! Have I used up all my gold now? I have. That's it. Now it all makes sense. So I've got plenty of cobalt. Let's move on to providing more gold. Cobalt 1200 needed. Yeah, not Cobat. I have enough cobalt, we can stop refining it. I've got enough silicon, I've got enough nickel. I just need heaps of gold now. Sweet. Perfect. That's what I was hoping to get to. That's good. Batteries. Need batteries. Two there. Two there. That'll be a start. And then between the hydrogen engines and building even more wind turbines, which is my plan soon. Because once we get the jump drives done, it's really just power, 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 power. Get as much power on board. Get a heap of batteries on board so that I've got them fully charged and they can help charge the jump drives as quickly as possible. Then thrusters, gyros, and off. Hooray! Yes, this will be a ship. It's not a ship yet, but will be. Whoa, Dragnon! Thanks so much for 50 subs, you madman. Was I being too quiet for a moment there? Thinking too heavily, you had to snap me out of it. Yes, Texfire. Dragnon smashed the sub button. He obliterated it. I intentionally kept the O2 system separate, although it probably doesn't matter at this point. I should just fill it. I had been intentionally keeping it separate so that the O2 tank wouldn't get filled by the ice that I mine, but it's going to be such an insignificant amount, it shouldn't be a problem. No, the speed is not a power issue. The reason I'm not using that assembly is because I don't need to. I can get stuff as fast as I want it. It's just the superconductors that are being made for this, they're waiting on gold. So there's nothing I can do to speed that up other than building more refineries or mining more gold. In fact, do I have any gold being made now? Fine now? No, I need to go get more gold. But that means these batteries need to have charged, and I don't know if they have. Let's put them on recharge. Yeah, stored power 62 kilowatt hours and only 270. So we'll just leave those for a bit. We'll keep adding batteries to this grid. Hey, thanks Discodex. Thanks for the 5 gift subs. Thank you very much. Hey, Mackle. 27 months. I guess I could have spread the gold to all the refineries. I figure I'll just go get more gold in a minute. And by the time I get back, most of it will be refined, so I'm not too fast. I'll just let him work through the other stuff. Indeed, puzzled one, indeed. And yes, what Bite Sander says. Mackle? Come on. There's 4 batteries. Probably need another 20 odd, I reckon. How are we coming along here? 390, 190, getting there. Not single stream Grand Tour, but I was hoping to get kind of... I'm not sure when I'm going to wrap up, but I'm not going to go the whole way through. I don't think I've got enough time today to do that because I have a couple of errands I have to do, which have to be done in business hours. But I am tempted to see what we can do with a different approach to this and see how much faster I could do it in a single stream in the future at some point. So I think it could be interesting to see what efficiencies could be done beyond what I've done this time. Just really waiting on that power, aren't I? There's not much I can do. Yeah, the batteries are going to be super heavy. It's going to be potentially an issue. Oh, yeah. I just did a capac. Yeah. Good job, Splitsy. Good job. I think both batteries are now at least a quarter. Yeah. So that's better than it was before. See you, Capuville. Get more gold. Need more gold. No. Don't think you could. I don't think the way Space Engineers works would allow you to add mining charges. Could be wrong. But you'd have to calculate exactly how much ore was in the area destroyed. And then have it spawn as boulders. So I don't know that it's a thing you can... I mean, I've probably said that about things that we now have mods for, so... I bet someone could do it. I'm not sure whether the performance penalties would be worth the brief fun of blowing up the ground to get goodies. Need more ejectors for the amount of stone you get from gold mining. Ah, yes, there we go. There's my third person view. That's what I wanted. All too dumb, I bet. This is one downside of not having a proper cockpit. Normally I'd just do this from inside the cockpit. Because you can, if the cockpit's piped through, you can do it. Sadly, not an option when you have an exterior cockpit like this. Oh, so much. So much mining to do. I feel like I've not really done a good gold mining trip. I think I did one, but others have all been cut short by power. Gilgamesh, I would argue that water remains impossible. What you have with the water mod is not water. And is not an implementation that would be good enough to me for a professionally developed game. Good enough for a mod to have some fun with, absolutely. Good enough for a proper game? No. And it's because it's one of the implementations of water that Keen said was not good enough for them. Because it's just global water over the whole planet at a particular depth. So I'm still very pessimistic about any sort of worthy or actual addition to game, like vanilla addition to game water. Yeah, it's not retail ready. And I know there are the people out there that love it and want to use it as an example against Keen, but I think that's just false equivalency. I don't know that it is better, it's worth putting extra drills on, because I'll just have more stone to eject if I put drills above or below. I do hope someone will come up with a good, efficient approach to modeling water in 3D open world games. Something that's efficient yet meets enough of the criteria for what water can do that we can all enjoy having it in our games, and then everyone will copy it. But at the moment, it's just not there. And so I'd kind of prefer to have no implementation than have a bad one. Oh, I'm full. But as I said, happy with those sorts of things as mods, because mods don't have to meet all of those other criteria. They can just be... It's what it says on the tin. It does this. Deal with it. Yeah, and it's just fluid dynamics is so computationally intensive. We just don't have the capabilities for it yet. Yeah, it would have to be some kind of amorphous voxel. Because 7 Days to Die has had voxelized water for some time, and it's... yeesh. When it's awkward when there's only a very small amount of water needing to flow somewhere. And also the edges of your water get very blocky, and that's weird with a fluid. Actually, that's a really good way to look at it, Laws. If a mod breaks, you uninstall the mod. If vanilla breaks, you can't uninstall unless you want to stop playing. Like, don't get me wrong. I definitely am a lover of what modders do and have done to games like Space Engineers. It's just a different... I just get irritated when people suggest that Keen not doing what some modders have done is them somehow not doing things, because it's wrong. Sure, attack Keen for other things, like introducing DLC and then having to wind it back because they didn't think about how the players might react to what they did. But for that, I think is not a fair assessment of the situation. 7 Days Water is the most physically accurate water simulation that I've seen. Arguably, Cities Skylines might be more physically accurate, but it's on such a grand scale they can get away with certain things. On a personal, can view it in first person sort of scale, 7 Days is the best that I've seen. However, visually, it's terrible in a lot of circumstances. Valheim's implementation works for a game like Valheim because you don't mine underground to any significant extent. That wouldn't work here. And doesn't work in Empyrean. Because Empyrean has a similar system to that, and... or had, I don't know what it's got now, but it had a similar system. And... it was really awkward if you dug at the edge of a lake. Because, yeah, it had a system where you could have water out to a certain distance, but as soon as you got past that distance from the lake, the water just had a blind edge. Subnautica is a completely different kettle of fish with its water, because its water doesn't have to move in dynamic physics environments. So its water doesn't have to enter a new space that you've created when you've dug a hole in the ground. I'm in two minds about adding more and more armor blocks. The more armor blocks you have, the more time you spend looking through for a particular block. The fewer you have, the more you just make do and come up with designs that look good despite the limitations. It's kind of like the more bricks that Lego add, does Lego get better or does it just get more complex? More complicated, I should probably say, not complex. I haven't seen Trailmakers Water, and I don't know if... Does Trailmakers have voxelized terrain? Because it's kind of the voxelized, and it's the modified voxelized terrain that makes it difficult. Laws, I haven't even deleted my original tutorials, so I don't plan on deleting any of them when I get around to redoing some of them. No desire to delete that stuff at all. But yes, I plan, if I get around to redoing a full redo of my tutorials, put a comment pinned at the top of all of the old ones pointing to the new ones. And as to the question about troubleshooting engines, turn them off and on again. Making sure that you have a power supply to deliver the fuel to the engine so the engine can get started. That's about all there is. Right. I'm going to build more turbines, maybe? Or more engines. I can get plenty of ice. Yeah, Dragnon, I don't think the only gameplay changing thing that's happened since I did my last starter tutorials is weather. And that's why I hadn't redone them to this stage. So I'm like, well, does weather really make that much of a difference? Since I would recommend all new players turn it off. No, probably not. How's my gold refining going? Oops. How much more gold do I need? 798. With how many jumps I'm going to have to make, maybe it'd be worthwhile even pushing this out and trying to get 4 jump drives. More time spent here, but less time potentially spent recharging the drives in space. And I already have all the facilities here to make more of them. Trying to think what's the next best thing for me to do right now. If 3,000, 12,000. I should go grab another load of gold. Now the battery's going. 317 and 107. I need to go on recharge. And we'll hopefully present some prevent some of my disconnects while it's on recharge. It's getting so hot in my shed. It's sweating something fierce. It's making it hard to think. What can I do to speed things up? The batteries are charging. I need to charge faster. I'm going to build another turbine tower. Yeah, because that's what? 1, 2, 3... That's 2 megawatts of power versus an engine which provides 5. So if I build 2 of those towers, I then don't need to build a whole bunch of O2H2 gens. I think that works out to be beneficial. Oh. Yeah. Scripting. That's not me. I am not a scripter. I'm a guy who comes up with some occasionally what I would think of as good ideas for scripts and then presents them to people who can write scripts and says, if you're interested, if you have time. And then, fortunately, a lot of people make them. I am not the person who writes them because my brain just doesn't work the right way for that stuff. I really struggle to get my head around it. I've mentioned before that I've had some people help me get to some vague understandings, but it kind of disappears so quickly afterwards that I struggle to do anything useful with it beyond the thing that I was doing that I asked them to help me with. If some of you are wondering why I'm not building these in a line, it's because the way that the turbines determine whether something is obstructing them is by sending out 8, or at least the way they used to, I don't know if they still do, is by sending out 8 raycasts around them. So if you go slightly off, I think this area ends up being in a dead zone that's not actually hit by that raycast. Or, well, I mean, it wouldn't be except for this bit. So it probably doesn't make any difference given the way that I've designed this. And I only just thought that now. Drat. Oh well, whatever. Still pushes them further away. Yeah, I think it's normals, and so it's like north, northwest, west, etc.
Fuel low.
Because they need some degree of efficiency with it. What's going on with Assert? Assert is waiting for Warfare 2. Because there are weapons changes, therefore I'm going to have to rework all the ships. bleh. And so and that was announced and became a thing that I should wait for before I got to a point that I released what I'd done. So once that's out, you'll start seeing some more ACS streams again. That's also a time when that also happens to line up with when I should have more time available to me for producing content, which is also nice. All those turbines remind me of a spiralizer. Yeah. I can see that. The battery's coming along here. Yeah, that's enough. Let's go get a load of stuff. Yeah, it's hard when you know a big update's coming to invest heavily in something that might have to change because of that update. It's the double-edged sword of perpetual development of games and hyping your next update for a game. Because if your next update makes people think that the game's going to change in a way that breaks what they currently do, people might be discouraged from playing now, which isn't what you want. But you equally want to hype it so that people are excited for what's coming. At least Keen's involving a lot of the modding community now, so they know what's coming. Because let's be fair, they're the ones who we all really need to know what's coming. I don't need to know what's coming. I'm not important from that point of view. It's the modders. So much gold needed. So much gold. Yes, I have seen that the Keen servers will be going down on January 20th. Makes me want to do something on one of them. Just before the reset. Not sure what to do. Like, if I can line up Capac, I might do another Catch Me If You Can like we've done before. Although I fear that may end much more quickly than it has in the past when we did it. Because there's probably a few more people watching now than there were back then. Although maybe not. Who knows? Because we, after the initial multiplayer update, Capac and I actually did 2 Catch Me If You Can streams. That were really quite fun. Especially where we set it up so that you could join our team if you found us. Because then we kind of did silly things. So I'm tempted to do something like that, but I'm still thinking about how it might or might not work. Yes, liberate. Yes, it is. What? Ah! How did I fill with ice? I didn't notice the thing being heavy when I left. Oh, I don't want to set the ejector to throw out ice too. That would be bad, because then I would empty my base of ice. I don't want to do that. Yeah, Puzzled One, a co-op speedrun would be substantially faster. Given cooperation. Without actual cooperation? But yeah, I think if I did this with Capac, it would probably shave maybe... I reckon 20% off the time? Something like that. It wouldn't halve it. Because a lot of the time isn't time that would be where 2 people are useful. There's plenty of time where one of you'll be waiting around because there's nothing they can do because there's no materials for them to build with, sort of thing. Oh, close the thing. There we go. Stupid spammers. See, I can't speedrun against Capac because that's just a foregone conclusion. And also probably not fun for either of us as a result. There's no, like, not being overly cocky, but there's no way Capac would beat me without some dreadful mistake on my part where I destroyed something or something like that. And I don't think he'd say any different. And that's one of the reasons why we don't PvP a lot of things. We know who would win. We know exactly who would. Like, Mario Kart, he'll win. Super Smash Brothers, he'll win. Any Nintendo game that we've ever played together, he'll win. But construction survival game, strategy game, if I have played the game at all, there most of the time I would win. But yeah, like, I've played Space Engineers, and really Capac's hours in Space Engineers don't tell the full story. But even if we just look at his actual hours, I've played 4 times as much as him. 3,000 hours longer than him, and most of the time I've done that in survival, whereas a lot of his playtime has been in creative, waiting for me to set up a camera for recording stuff in Light Echoes. Like, there were a good few 100 hours of that for both of us, so that's a much bigger percentage of his playtime. So it's not that I'm somehow better than him, I'm just more experienced. And have a mindset that works better for this stuff. For that specific outcome. But I like playing Space Engineers with him because it's fun. It's fun to play together. Oh, we have a jump drive. It is almost charged. Yeah. Actually, I might go chuck this in the cockpit now that I have one. Just in case. Yep, exactly. I was waiting for me to move a camera around and spending time changing his suit back and forth between my color and his. Hydrogen tanks are almost full. Additional tank? What do you guys reckon? I think maybe yes. I realize that's getting quite big. Yeah. More fuel produced before we leave, the better. Because the less I have to produce en route. Yep. Still need the thrusters and everything, I know. I just want to get this, what am I going to do next? Let's have a look at this. 500 kilowatts, and it's 2 O2 gens per engine. So that's extra 4 megawatts. Let's do it. Let's build a whole bunch. I've got the drill rig to get heaps of ice. I've barely used it. Heaps of capacity there. Extend this down. Stop trying to use build vision, Splitsy. It's not there. Oh wait. Did I already push that down one? I think I did. Oh no, that's alright. That should be fine. Let's just see. I think that's safe. I don't think I actually am in stone. You can see down here, the textures get weird with the rockiness of it. So it looks like stone, but it isn't actually stone. No, that's not right. That's not good. Did go too far. Because if you look at the bottom of the hole, it's still ice down there. Okay. So how are we going to lay this out? I think... Let's go production. H2. 20 of them. I mean 10 of them. How much iron do I have? 11,000. This is going to take 30,000. Let's go get some iron. And of course, my cargo container is filling with ice. Because yes, that's what I want, game. I want my... Stop filling! Why do you dump into me first? Why is it dump... Ugh. Yeah, this... I would argue that my setup here is knockoff Kanajashi on the moon. It's a very similar setup, but it's just not done as neatly or as style... with as much style. Actually, that's a good point, Dragnon. If I put the sorter on there that everyone was telling me to build before, to pull stuff out of the miner, it'll stop stuff going into it. So I've got an extra incentive now. Which makes it all the more worthwhile. I could run scripts, Gross. I turned scripts on. I just haven't set any up. The time it takes to set them up, I haven't seen any benefits to even Izzy's at this stage. Gun camera for what, Laws? I don't follow. Oh, mining camera? Nah, I don't think that would help me at all. The situational awareness of having a third-person view I find incredibly useful to prevent me smashing pieces off my mining rig. That's why I over-the-shoulder mine, because I find it... because it gives me that situational awareness I need. Uh-oh. 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 Oops.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
That wasn't good.
Inventory full.
That was bad. Oh, right, that's actually...
Fuel low.
Oh. Ah, dear. I'm actually going to have to build a new miner, aren't I? 'Cause I still need... I think I still need plenty more gold.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Dang. That was really bad. Oh.
Inventory full. Inventory
I was worried
full.
that would have destroyed the link to the turbines. Wow. Oh, it's the thrusters, that's the problem.
Inventory full.
Restart the speedrun. Avoidable error for attempt number 2. Yeah, nah. It was indeed unfortunate.
Inventory
Somewhat
full.
curious if I've already gotten enough gold. Don't think I have. But maybe I have. Ooh, I'm very close. I am very close on the gold front. I don't know what... I honestly don't know what the right thing to do is. Considering my drill rig should reach stone. So I can get a lot of this material from it. To build the stuff. But I'm probably going to need more cobalt, maybe? Hmm.
Inventory full.
I'm I don't know what to do. Don't know what the right approach will be. I suspect I should just build a mining capable ship. Pretty sure that was an unknown signal exploding in the background then. Is there anything else good in here? Have I got it all now? I think I've got it all now. Okay. Right. Hmm. Oh dear lords, just a minor setback. Well, on that note, I might actually wrap up this stream here. I'm going to press escape because that should pause my game. And I'm going to press stop on the timer. And it is 5 hours, 24 minutes, 19 seconds. I'm going to make a note of that somewhere. 5 hours, 24 minutes, 19 seconds. So I'm going to return to this. I reckon there should be a time for it next week sometime, and see if I can finish it up in the next stream, because I think there's a decent chance of it. I'm going to have to rebuild a mining ship and then debate whether I try and get enough gold on planet for another couple of jump drives, but I think that's probably going to be too much time spent building jump drives. I think I'd be better investing that time and energy into building power supply so that I've got heaps and heaps of batteries that are fully charged on this ship to charge up the 2 jump drives I've got. And then it'll be get to space, get to the moon first, and then head off to Triton, Titan, and all the other places. I reckon the next stream, I'm working Thursday at around the time this one was. So a day earlier next week, because I'm working this day next week. Working on Wednesday and Friday. And today is Friday. So yeah, that's going to be the plan. I'm deliberately leaving this on pause and not looking around and stuff because otherwise stuff will keep processing. I'm going to exit to main menu. I'm going to save. And yeah, back next week. There's all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you all then. Thanks for coming.